And we're live. This is Julien Jean-Pierre from the Royal St. Lucian Seamoss Company. Thank you everyone for coming by and joining me again for our weekly get-together, or even twice weekly get-together, where we'll talk about Seamoss and everything related about Seamoss. Feel free to put your questions in the comments, and as we go through the discussion, I'll be doing the best I can to answer them. Right now, we're just streaming on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and now TikTok. I don't have any Clubhouse. I ran out of devices, and so until I figure out a way to get another device in, well, check this out. We have Touch for Holistic Care. Invited me to have a conversation on Instagram. What's up, the kid? How's it going? Yeah. Good evening. How are you? Right. Was there anything you wanted to talk about?
I'll listen.
Oh, okay. So then maybe mute your mic a bit, because there's so much noise in the background that, whatchamacallit? That, yeah. Oh, she actually exited. She didn't have to exit. It's just with the microphone in the background, if you're not talking and listening, then it becomes, it's quite noisy there, or wherever she was. But like I said, anybody can come in and join in as a guest, and we can have a conversation about Seamoss, answer all your questions, and there's so much we can talk about Seamoss. I mean, I've been doing this every week, and while there's never been a set format, we've always found some way to have something to talk about Seamoss related. When that said, I think I might check and see if well, it's good you can still hear. You didn't have to leave, just so you know. You were welcome to stay. I just needed you to mute the microphone. So Angelic Face Creation says here, how do you wash the face, the Seamoss? That's a good question. Now, everybody kind of has their own, I believe, their own sort of method and procedure. So how I clean the Seamoss, or how I would describe cleaning the Seamoss, might be different than someone else. But mainly, you want to clean the Seamoss, right? I soak it under tap water first, or not soak it, but I wash it under tap water, and then, quite frankly, I use tap water to soak it. I'm not gonna lie, but most people don't. Most people will use spring water, or like alkaline water, which actually brings me to a good topic. I gotta have some people come in soon, and I know some people that are getting into the area of selling like the alkaline water machines that make the ionized water. And so I'm going to have them come on one of these live streams and basically have a discussion on ionized water and the benefits of it and how it works and how these machines work and stuff like that. And so I think it would be a good show, or a good discussion. But yeah, mainly people use that stuff, either spring water or alkaline water. I mean, you can use tap water, but be aware that what you soak your Seamoss in is going to be absorbed in the Seamoss. So if you're not comfortable drinking tap water in, you shouldn't be soaking your water in tap. And I mean, in all honesty, I don't really soak it in tap water. I soak it in like boiled water. I think that's what you would probably call distilled water or something like that. Because, oh, look at this. Someone says I'm so beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's nice. Compliment. You're beautiful too. Although I can't see a picture, but I'm assuming that if you're nice enough to say something like that, you must be a beautiful person too. So, thank you. Yeah, getting back to what I was saying, everybody has their different methods of washing it. I think that you gotta create a procedure that follows the your sort of, I guess, like what's the word I'm looking for? Your morals, or your, you know what I mean, like your beliefs, that follow your beliefs, because everybody has different beliefs when it comes to water, and so yeah, that's why it's important to just do research, 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 ask, and it's good that you're asking this question to me. Um, you know, anybody notice anything different with the video? Um, in case you're wondering, I've changed the lighting, and it's amazing how you change the lighting just slightly, and it can totally change the look of your camera. And I've been like, not really fighting it, but you know when you see those O-rings with the stand and stuff, I've been seeing them everywhere, and I'm thinking I gotta bite the bullet and buy one of those, because they'll probably really up my quality of my video. And so, what's up? Hi, Ryder Adams. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, it's gonna up the quality, and so these little things, until you try them, you know what I mean, you never know what kind of improvement they're going to have over the product you're putting out. So you should always be looking to sort of like strive to be better, to improve things better, you know. Yes. So I'm just checking to see if anybody's written any questions while I've been talking. Said, I'm glad you came on early. I actually did not come on early today. I've been coming on earlier than I have been lately, but usually I come on 9 o'clock or so. But I wanted to come on at like 8:30, but I took a nap at around 7, and 8:30 rolled around, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna snooze a little bit longer. But Cleopatra says you use tap water to clean your Seamoss. What's up, Yusuf? Hope you're doing all right. I'm gonna send you a text because I know you usually like to chat it up. Don't have the clubhouse going today, so I know that there's a lot of people that would join us in clubhouse that's not able to do it. I feel like I shut the door on them. But you know what? We got to give some respect to TikTok here and try them out. I worked so hard to get to 1,000 followers. You know what I mean? I've never had this situation where I'm always like, usually I'm just kind of like not really up for the social media. What's the word I'm looking for? Like kissing asses. So like, I'm not trying to always crack the algorithm, but with TikTok, I was like, fuck it. Like I want to, because what I find what's crazy about TikTok, if you've ever been on there and watched these live streams, not to say that a lot of them are garbage, but a lot of them just, they don't make sense in a sense. You know what I mean? And I'm wondering if that's what I need to do on these TikTok live streams, right? Because it's like they will have thousands of followers or thousands of viewers watching some guy cut down trees, or like there's one where they all stand around and try to keep this person awake by sending them gifts, and when they send them the gifts, the noises happen in the bedroom, and then all these lights flash and they can't sleep. It's crazy. So I was like, oh, well, no one's on there really talking about Seamoss. No one's doing any live streams, at least that I can see, on Seamoss. So I was like, I want to be, not to say I want to be the first guy, but I'm going to do that. No one's there. You know what I mean? I'm always looking to play in a space where no one's there yet, so I can figure out how it works. And then when I know how it works, I can make it work to my advantage. That's, to me, this is my strategy for everything. It's just figure out how it ticks, figure out how things are, then you can understand how to change and manipulate it, and you can mold it into the product that you want, understanding what it was and what it could be. And the only way you can get to that is by understand how everything works. So a little bit of advice for you guys there. You know what I mean? Take it as you will. Take it as you want, with a grain of salt or not. Um, yeah, I'm just thinking what happened this week. Nothing much. Just been working crazy at the warehouse. Seamoss is really starting to, I feel like, get his momentum back again. There was a period of time where not a lot of people were sort of pushing the product, and I feel like Seamoss is going to get a little bit of a boost to it, and I'm really excited about that. I'm kind of curious to see where it goes. You know, I'm really trying to see how I can get my own little sort of piece of it or section of it, right? But I do see it increasing, and I'm happy for it. I really hope that the the one thing that really happens is that as this product popularity increases, that people understand the real value of what it takes to make this product, and how even with the derivatives of the products, you know what I mean, like the Seamoss powder or you know what else are they making besides Seamoss powder? Uh, Say soaps or whatever. These things, they take time and money and resources to put together. These guys aren't just going in the water and grabbing the sea moss and throwing it on your on your face and being like, "Yeah, here's your sea moss." You know what I mean? There's work involved in that sea moss. Capsules, yes, capsules, tinctures, all this stuff takes work. You know what I mean? And especially if you're the one doing the work, you need to make sure that you are aware of the value of the work. You know what I mean? And that when you sell the product, you sell it for its value. I mean, a lot of times people don't factor in the time and energy that it takes to produce that product, the man hours, you know what I mean? Like, I'll say this: if the farmers that are harvesting this product were to get paid in North American dollars, like say minimum wage, like anybody in North America would get, if they were to make that by the hour, right? And like get paid for their product, CMOS would be a lot more expensive, or should be a lot more expensive than what it is, because in order to produce really good quality CMOS, you need to like literally babysit that stuff. You need to watch it like almost every hour. You need to turn it over all the time. You know what I mean? Just getting the CMOS from the water to where you have to clean it and dry it is an endeavor in itself. You know what I mean? That alone, could like push the price of CMOS. And I think a lot of times when these guys are negotiating it, you know what I mean, the price, they're not understanding. Like, I've talked to a few people in the industry, and that's the one thing that they sort of argue is like, none of these guys have been in the water. Even guys like, well, see, I've been in a fortunate situation where I have been able to be in the water. I have done all that work, so I understand it. But many of these other sellers, none of them have been in the water. None of them have done the work that it takes to get that done. None of them have ever. Fuck. One of the most devastating things that can happen to a person that's working in the CMOS industry is that they've put all this hours into preparing something that they're waiting to sort of harvest or reap on. And for a change in the weather, or even for someone like a thief or something like that, to come in and steal it and take it all, and or the weather to sort of wash that all away, it's devastating. You know what I mean? And that can happen to a lot of farmers like 2-3 times in a year, and they have to keep plugging away and pushing to put that product back out there, hoping that they're going to end up getting enough money so that it's worth the effort that they have put into the CMOS. You know what I mean? And I think everybody needs to really sort of think about who they're who ends up sort of like taking the brunt of it when they're pushing for these these lower prices, because the reality is, um, if you have good CMOS, it should sell itself. Do you know what I mean? Almost at any price. And if you work hard enough, you should be able to sell that CMOS at any price. You know what I mean? And whatever the cost goes in. I put this to the group the other day, is like, what's going to happen to some of these guys that are when the price of the CMOS goes up? And I'm telling you for sure, the price of the CMOS is going up. There's no way that, at least in St. Lucia, there's no way that these guys can continue selling the CMOS for the price that they am and expect to be able to survive. The cost of boxes alone have gone up so much. You know what I mean? Then there's gas and fuel and you know what I mean? I'm not even touching on food that they need to buy, like we buy. You know what I mean? Everything's going up. Shipping costs are going up. And so my question to a lot of these guys is, you're banking your business on being the lowest price. You're banking your business on, you know what I mean, having cheap CMOS. Well, what happens when your CMOS isn't cheap anymore? What are you going to do? Exactly. The cost of everything is increasing. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do when these prices go up? You know what I mean? Because they are, like I said, they are going up. I don't know when they're going up. I have no idea. But I'm looking at like, how do you say it? I'm an observer. That's how I work. I look at the market. I see what's going on. I listen to what people are saying, and I just kind of draw an observation. And the observation I see is that the price is going up, and there's a lot of people that are focused on having the cheapest CMOS, and that's what's fueling their sort of market or their customers. Now, when their price goes up and they have to raise these prices, to where someone like me is currently selling, they're going to lose it because they don't have the foundation of a professional, reliable. Like, they're not known for being good at service. They're known for price. Suddenly, your price is shit. What are you going to do? Do you know what I mean? And for someone who's a guy like in my position, I've structured the business in a way so that it's not dependent on the price. Do you know what I mean? I can pay more for the CMOS if I have to. Do you know what I mean? And if the cost goes up, I'm not worried about it. I don't need to adjust my prices because my prices are not based just on the sale. It's based on the volume. And so as long as I maintain my volume, I still keep my profit. Yeah, sure, my costs go up. But as long as I increase my volume, then the returns are going to come in. And I can afford to absorb these market fluctuations that are happening. You know what I mean? But like I said, the price has to go up because just the simple fact that the price that it is now is less than what it was several years ago. Do you know what I mean? And so I think a lot of people have been enjoying, how do you say it? It's like, when something's really good, but they don't realize how good it really is. It's like you guys have been, you've been eating off the fat for a long time, and now I'm warning you guys, it's coming. The fat is over, and so you guys need to start developing a lean business. And I'm saying this not to like hurt anybody or upset anybody, but thinking about the industry as a whole. Because if we, as this culture, want to keep control of this business or this industry like we have been so far, no one's really messing with us. We need to be sort of strong in all of our businesses. Because if not, then a company, some Asian company or whatever, can come out with some snazzy marketing, and all they got to do is push it to enough people, and everybody will forget. You know what I mean? They'll be like, "Oh, why would I get this?" Here's an example, and I'm not trying to shit on them because I've never tried this product at all, but it's just my perception about them. Is this product from that TLC company, Nautica? Now, in my opinion, Nautica is not Seamoss. It's mixed with dragon fruit and it has all this stuff. How do you get it in a package so it's shelf stable and you don't have to refrigerate it? Like, how does that work? You know what I mean? What is in that Seamoss? If it's probably like 10% Seamoss and a bunch of other shit, right? That's, mind you, this is my opinion. Please, TLC, don't see this and freak out, right? If you come on and want to talk about your product, I'm happy to like give you that platform. Getting back to what I was saying is that these companies can come in and start pushing a new product with their marketing and stuff, and everybody suddenly believes that this is shit. You know what I mean? And all the work, it's like when marijuana became more legal, and all these big companies came in with their investors and shit like that, and none of these guys really understood the product, and all they really cared about was the profits and the returns. Like, I know it sounds crazy, but like, we can't allow that to happen. We need to sort of build everybody's business and sort of be smart with our businesses and grow. You know what I mean? This is your opportunity to create like an empire for your family, a legacy. You know what I mean? And I think most people need to be cool. As many people that are serious about this CMOS that are like passionate like I am need to kind of almost go full tilt and push it, at least for the next little while, because like I said, if we don't get sort of better at what we're doing, someone's going to come in that already knows what to do and fuck it up, and then we'll kind of push to the side, and then everybody's going to be crying about, oh look, we got played again. It's like, no, you played yourself. You had the fucking shit. You had the opportunity, but you didn't believe in yourself, or you didn't believe in the business and in the industry, right? So let's grow this business. Let's grow this industry together, and I guess like let's fuck it up. You know what I mean? I want to see a lot of like people that were that never would believe that they could be a CEO becoming a CEO, like a real CEO, not just like I gave my title CEO guy that actually performs CEO duties. You know what I mean? That would be awesome. You know what I mean? And it'd be life changing. Let's see if there's any comments. Peter and Noel, thanks, man, for the support. I appreciate it. Appreciate it well. And you guys, you know, I want to give you a shout out because you guys are actually making some really great products. You're really kind of starting to expand the possibilities of what's possible with Seamoss and other products from St. Lucia. And I hope you don't get upset when other people start doing similar products, because I feel like in some ways you're kind of opening the doors for other people, you know, and I'm talking to other people in St. Lucia, and they're getting ideas of how they can do stuff. And I'll be honest, I'm pushing them to say, okay, these guys are doing this. What can you do like this, but your own way or differently? Because anybody will, you know, like, no one can argue that this is facts. One thing that is, how do you say it, challenging when doing something in St. Lucia is that once you do something good, everybody wants to jump on and do exactly what you're doing. And I'm here to say to any St. Lucian that's watching this, stop it. Stop copying each other. Innovate each other. Okay? See what the other person's doing and say, how can I do this differently and do it good? Like, St. Lucians are incredibly smart people and very hardworking. And I have no doubt in my mind, if they put their minds to doing something unique, they can come up with it. So that's sort of my 2 cents about it. And yeah, but be prepared, because there will be people copying you. You know what I mean? They're great ideas. You know what I mean? And in case anybody doesn't know, these guys are making like pumpkin powder. They're making breadfruit powder. I think I seen green banana. In case anybody doesn't know, correct me if I'm wrong. Green banana is basically like unripened banana, which has like a lot of nutrients and stuff like that. So Peter Noel says, we encourage others to do more. There's so much that can be done with Seamoss alone. Exactly. There is so much. And I feel that what's going to happen in the future is that there is going to be a shift. And there actually needs to be a shift for these sort of like, I don't want to say mom and pop, but these sort of growing businesses. At a certain point, you're going to have to rely on someone else to kind of, who knows what they're doing in making a product, to sort of divert you, you know, put it sort of delegate that resource to them doing alone. And what I mean is, like, for example, if you're someone who's selling capsules, it's in some ways at a certain point in your business, you're going to have to go to someone and say, here, make the capsules for me. Because you can't spend all day making capsules and expect to grow your business. At a certain point, you're going to have to stop making capsules. And if you're the one who's relying on the business, like you're the one who's making the capsules to make the business go, your business is going to take a stop. And so at a certain point, you're going to have to go to people like Peter and Noel and say, hey, I need a fucking 10,000 capsules, bottled and labeled or whatever. And boom, you know what I mean? Like, get someone who sort of has that expertise. And then that person, that's all they do is like capsules, and all they do is powder or whatever. And so they have all the machines to run it to get it done. And it's almost like makes more sense to have everybody go to that one person and, have the one person go and make all the capsules. And they can then start making the capsules cheaper because now they're buying the products better and stuff. And so if we can all figure out ways that we can work together, you know what I mean, and to support each other to build these sort of things, you know what I mean, it's gonna be best for the industry. It's gonna help everybody grow, and that's why in some ways I'm looking at like, hey, how can I start doing fulfillment for other people, or how can I start drop shipping and or co-packing for them and stuff like that, so that we have this setup so that when people are growing, they can like lean on us to get the job done. I think Ricky's already transitioned to that from old Seamoss. So, if you need someone to make powdered Seamoss for you, you need someone to make capsules for you, you need someone to, I don't know what else he does. I think he does fulfillment too. But you can go to him and you get everything done. Like, you can get it right down to the packaging and everything like that. And so, he does that. And you pay him a fee and stuff like that, but you can go to him and almost get your business started. You need some now on Seamoss gummies. Yes, there's like I said, there's lots of people. I think there's even a Seamoss gummy company that's making a lot of these gummies, and I don't know who they are because I think those that have them, they're like very what's the word I'm looking for? They're very protective of their information, which I always find like funny. You know what I mean? Like, everybody kind of go, oh, don't do it. Like, there's some things, okay, yeah, I don't tell everybody everything, right? Because in some ways you need to protect some of your sort of like intellectual property. But to know where, like, if I really wanted to find the gummy guy, I could find the gummy guy. And what they don't realize is that, and this is, I believe this is true, is that if I'm the only guy that's buying from this gummy guy, then he's not really selling a lot of gummies. If I get everybody on board to buy all the gummies from him, in some ways, he's going to be able to make those gummies for less. He's going to make more money selling those lots of gummies than he's going to get the business. He's going to grow and invest. If you choose the right gummy guy, they're going to reinvest in their business and stuff like that. And you somewhat win overall because this guy is always going to push to make a better gummy. You know what I mean? Because he's got to keep his company, he's got to keep competitive and stuff like that. You're helping him build his business, which is actually in return helping you because as his business gets better, your product, because you're buying the product from him. You know what I mean? And these people that are selling the gummies, they're going to sell the gummies anyways. And so what you should be worried about is not so much if these guys are selling the gummies, but how can I work harder than those guys? And I think that's the problem with a lot of people is that they try to control competition because they're afraid of hard work. They're afraid of having to push themselves. But I feel like having that, it's almost like it pushes me. You know what I mean? Like, if someone's doing better than me and they're gaining this advantage, it's like friendly competition. and we shouldn't be afraid of doing that. We shouldn't be afraid of like helping each other out and sort of like, it's okay if someone is doing better than you. Like a lot of successful people say you should be in competition with yourself. To always be pushing yourself to do better and be better. And then as that goes, then you will get the rewards you're destined to get from the universe. You know what I mean? Like you can't do half the job and expect to get all the reward. You know, so this is part of the reason why I'm not afraid to share all the stuff I know or share ideas that I have because you know the more people that get into that space, right? Say this like fulfillment idea that I just had. The more people that get into doing this, the more people are going to be aware that this exists and that it is possible. You know what I mean? Like this is how you build markets. You know what I mean? You have to get other people to come in the market and create a sort of like a buzz in a competitive space. So Peter Noel says that a lot of people look at competition as a setback as opposed to motivation to grow and evolve. Exactly. And this is what I'm saying. They have this like finite mindset, like the that there's only so many people in the market. Like we're only selling to 100 people. If you believe that we're only selling to 100 people, then yes, we're only selling to 100 people. But if you believe that you can create people to sell to out of thin air, then there's no limit to how much you know what I mean. And that's where my belief is. That's where my sort of manifested mindset is that I don't worry about competition because I can create customers out of nowhere. Do you know what I mean? And so if I don't have enough customers, I just create them. Boom, they're there. And that's what we did. That's how we created this business. Like, you know what I mean? We just created them, and I'm grateful for that. You know what I mean? But yes, I find a lot of people don't love the show. Honestly, I don't think a lot of people, and I know this is maybe a harsh criticism, but I don't think a lot of people have true information. I think a lot of people are not doing the work that's required to know what there really is to know. The simple fact that 90% of the people in this industry still run on this wildcrafted 92 mineral myth stuff, and that Seamoss gets nutrients from the rocks and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Um, it's crazy. You know what I mean? If you do enough research on algae and you understand like, and that's the thing. Not even a lot of people even understand that Seamoss is an algae. You know what I mean? And whatnot. So hey, I want to give a shout out to Khaled and Bull City Seamoss. Actually, let me see if Khaled. Well, I want to see how he did. I'm going to send him an invite, and I'm also going to send an invite to Peter and Noel if they want to chat about Seamoss. Maybe they have a very unique insight to what's going on in St. Lucia in the Seamoss industry because they are direct seller and exporter of Seamoss and different products from St. Lucia. So if they want to come and talk about that, I'm all happy to give them that space. And I'd love to see how Khaled did for the week because I know he was setting some serious goals. And I'm excited about that. You know what I mean? A lot of people hate when they see other people do well and join. And I want to say that those that feel that hate, they really need to check themselves because there's something fundamentally wrong with you if you feel like shit when someone else is doing better. And if anything, that's your like self-conscious telling you to fucking get up and step your shit up. Because if this guy can do it, you're probably not doing like as good as they are. You know what I'm saying? And so that's what's bothering you. It's not him saying what he's saying. Don't be mad at him for him being happy and wanting to dance. And saying, hey, I worked hard. You should be like, fuck yeah, you worked hard. I'm happy for you. I'm happy that you worked hard. And I'm going to try and work harder than you. That's the mindset we all need to have. You know what I mean? Like, Anyways, Bold City says, "What up, bro? I can only stay on for a little while tonight. No problem. I'm glad you're even here to join. It's definitely encouraging when you look on the screen and you're talking by yourself and you see different people on the screen watching. So, you know, I'm yeah, it's what it is. But what can you say? I'm not getting the followers on TikTok. I'll tell you that. I'm getting a little disappointed, and I'm feeling like I'm going to give TikTok like an hour to do its magic, and if it doesn't, I'm shutting it down and saying fuck you, TikTok. Excuse my language, but seriously, why am I contributing to their growth if they're not helping me grow? You know what I mean? The only guy doing a live stream on TikTok, you have billions of users, and you can't find 10 people to stream. Listen to how I sound. So entitled. I'm in like an entitled social media influencer. Yeah, no, I'm not an influencer. But, so, what do you guys want to talk about now? I think we touched on a few really cool subjects. But I'm willing to take it into any direction. I don't want to be that guy that is just blabbing on about this or ranting on about that. I am going to be in St. Lucia soon, which I'm really excited about. I'm going to be down there after June, and so I'm going to be visiting a lot of my friends in Seamoss that I haven't seen in a while. You know what I mean? I'm really excited to hang out with Smiles. Um, that's my boy, and some of the other guys hang out. There's this spot in Prowlin that makes like badass fried fish and chips. And the chicken wings are not bad either, but I like the fish and chips. So I'm gonna have fish and chips, fried fish and fried. Well, they call them chips there because no one, only Canada calls them French fries. They were looking at me crazy when I asked for French fries. They're like, anyways, or I guess North America calls them French fries too, right? Anyways, they call them chips down there, but well, whatever. So I'm gonna have that and some brights. So organic Stephanie says, why do some people boil sea moss and others soak sea moss overnight? What's the right way if there's one? There is no right or wrong way, but I'll say this that the people that boil it have been doing that's the original way, that's the way they've always done it. I don't know who decided or came up with this plan to make it into the gel that way. It was definitely not someone from the Caribbean because pretty much every person that I've talked to in St. Lucia boils their sea moss, unless someone has told them from North America to do it the other way. And if, to the point where it was comical to have these discussions with these guys in the sea moss industry where they would say to me like, so we would talk about make products and gel, and they'd be like, no, so just tell them that once they boil it, and I'd be like, no, 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 hold on, stop, and they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, they don't boil it, and they'd be like, what? Like, they don't what? They don't boil it. What do you mean they don't boil it? They don't boil the sea moss. Why don't they boil the sea moss? I don't know. They don't boil it. What do they do then? They soak it overnight and then they blend it. What are you crazy? Why would they do that? And I'm like, I don't know. That's how they do it. And then they're like, no, man, no, you can't do that, man, no. And they'll be like, and I'm like, why not? And they're like, oh, it's from the sea, man. What are you talking about? They're like, you have to boil it. You don't know what's in the sea, right? And that's their kind of view is that to sanitize it, to clean it, you have to boil it. Says Bold City says it definitely makes a smoother gel when you boil it. Yeah, and so there's a lot of this belief that it kills the minerals and this and that. It can't be that bad considering majority of the Caribbean does it that way, and that's how they've known to do it. You know what I mean? And none of these people have come and had tests to say this is this or that is that. And that's something where I say to people, like, you need to kind of watch what you're saying.
Too many times in this world nowadays, people will talk about things that they believe, things that they've made up their head, and talk like that is like actually happening and that's real. And so I don't know. It's like until we test like for all we know, the heat on the Seamoss could unlock in additional properties or chemical compounds that we have no idea that we're aware of. You know what I mean? And here we are shitting on it. The people saying, "Oh, it's gonna kill the minerals. You won't get the whole 92 minerals." You know what I mean? And it's like you don't know that. You think you know that, but you don't know that. Do you know what I mean? And I'm not trying to make like put anybody down or anything, but it's like we gotta be aware of what we know, what we really know, what we really don't know, and what we believe. You know what I mean? And separate, like that stuff gets all mixed in. I find, and people are telling me what they believe, like it's a fact, and it's like no, that's what you believe. You believe that this is an action that happens. You have not gone out and did the the test or the process to prove your hypothesis. That's exactly what you have is a hypothesis. Even the 92 minerals, that's a hypothesis. No one's done the test to show that there's 92 minerals. That's what we believe. We have no proof. Looks like Peter and Noel, the guys from there, are going to join us, which will be exciting. Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Sorry for just cutting into the conversation like this.
No, I invited you earlier, and it's my pleasure.
Yeah, I just wanted to sort out myself. I had a bit of diving earlier, so.
Were you in the water today, or?
Yes.
Nice.
I hadn't done this in a while, so just imagine how the body feels right now.
Tired. You must be ready to.
Yesterday and today.
Yeah. Well, if you fall asleep while we're talking, I won't hold it against you, because I know if it was me, I would have it. Like people don't realize that the water it takes so much energy out of you when you're there working in the water. And it's been cold lately. I hear.
Yeah.
The water is really cold. That's what some of the guys have been complaining to me about.
I almost cried tears walking in there this morning.
Pardon?
But it was fun. It's always I find it very therapeutic having to dive in there and enjoy so much beauty under the ocean. Yeah.
Yes. Hold on one second. No, not yet. I usually have the Clubhouse going, but I've been experimenting with TikTok. But I think TikTok's about to get the boot. No offense, TikTok, to the one guy that's watching. But it's just, there's more people following me on Clubhouse and doing that. And I thought TikTok would blow up. I'd be the only guy talking Seamoss live stream. Maybe not yet. Maybe it needs more work. Yeah.
Something takes time.
Yes. So was there anything you wanted to say specifically, or can we just talk about your business? And
no, nothing specific. If you have any questions, feel free.
Okay, cool. Well, I have a question. Tell me about your business. Let those watching kind of like know who you guys are. You know what I mean? Some of the products you sell, and I don't know whatever you want to tell. Oh, say hi to Ricky. This is Ricky from Gold Seamoss.
Hello, how are you? I'm doing really good. I'm just a little tired, but still high on energy because we're taking the Seamoss. We know what this does for us. I consume Seamoss capsules religiously, so just to keep the energy going and flowing. Yeah. It's nice to put a face to the name as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So tell us about your business, because I was talking you guys up earlier, because you guys have come out. You're one of the few Seamoss exporters that have been coming out with these sort of value, what I would call value added products or derivatives from Seamoss. And so I think people need to know what's coming down the pipeline in a sense for this industry.
Okay, here in St. Lucia, as you know, we don't focus on using the natural resources that we have. So with Peter and Noel, we're a family-owned business. We wanted to focus on using what we have, because we have, and giving other persons a taste of what we have. Now, when you look at mangoes, for example, I know a lot of different places have mangoes. Maybe not everywhere you will find the same types of mangoes. And when you look at having to sell these mangoes outside of St. Lucia, some of the things that would be a hindrance is shipping. The person having to receive it in a timely manner where it doesn't go bad. So what's the best way for somebody to receive something coming out of St. Lucia without it having to go bad on the way to that person, or even after they receive it, probably they would have to consider selling it out really quickly before it spoils on their hand. So we figure having to do these products would have been a great idea. That way they can enjoy things even out of season. They can have these things in the cupboards for them to enjoy for themselves and their families.
Yeah, anybody that's been
Well,
anybody that's been to St. Lucia can attest to the amount of mangoes that spoil every year. It's ridiculous.
yes, and by the way, it is our company's goal to eliminate that issue completely in the future.
Mm-hmm.
By utilizing it in different products. Now, we right now we're focusing on a lot of different powders, but there is so much more that we're looking to do, and that is why I said, like, even with just Seamoss alone, there is so much that you can actually create that nobody needs to jump and like say we're doing capsules. Instead of jumping on doing capsules, you could probably think of doing skincare and dominate that area.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Yeah.
Yep. No, that's something that I'm always trying to inspire other St. Lucians to do is like, okay, yes, that person's proven that works, but how do you do something that's like that, but not exactly like that? Because once you do that, then you're competing directly with that person. Like, why do that? You know, it's different when, say, you can't keep up with the amount of product that someone jumps in and sort of helps support it. But at a certain point, you're going to oversaturate it. You know what I mean? And if you're not managing your money right, you're going to have difficulties. It's just like it's just more work, you know, and less effort, you know. So yeah, man. So so is it just the powders now? You said you guys are doing soaps too? Like, what else are you guys doing?
No, because there with just the food industry, because there is so much that you can do. I would advise, like, if you're going to choose a niche, like, choose one thing. If you're going into food, then go full on food. If you're going to do skincare or hair care, focus on that. Because with food, you have the powders, we have the capsules, we started the gummies. I took it off because I want to perfect it. I want to make sure that when anybody that receives it is satisfied with it.
Mm-hmm.
So we got one complaint, so I took it off so we could go back, take it back to the lab, make sure that it is perfect. And so you have the powders, capsules, gummies. We used to do sorbets. We want to get into ice creams and drinks and the jello.
What's sobies? Sorry, what's sobies?
Sorbet.
Sorbet?
It's similar to an ice cream, but there is no dairy in it.
Oh, sorbet, like sorbet.
Sorbet.
Yeah. Sorry.
I'm the accent. I do apologize.
No. It's not your fault. You know what I mean? It didn't clue in right away.
Right. Got you. Yeah.
Yes.
So there is so much that we are focusing on when it comes to the food aspect. It makes no sense for us to focus on other stuff. You would just be basically tackling up yourself and get confused and not know where to do, what to do, how to do it, that sort of thing. It could actually damage your business instead of doing anything good for it.
Yes. That's another thing where I see sometimes St. Lucians go down the wrong path where they try to be like the jack of all trades. They try to sell everything at their store, and it becomes a mixed match.
People getting into the industry, especially the Seamoss industry, because thoughts. Everybody wants to make a dollar.
Yeah.
So I think the desperation is what fuels a lot of people instead of having a business mindset.
Mm-hmm. So I have a couple questions here. One is they're saying, where can I place an order? So depending on who you want to shop with, to place an order, you can check out Peter and Noel. And I think on Instagram, you're Peter and Noel Entertainment or ENT. Am I correct? What's your...
Yeah, Peter Noel Enterprise or Peter Noel ENT.
Yeah.
Or you can use the website peternoel.com.
Yeah. And then if you want to shop with Ricky, he's at goldseamoss.com. And then for me, it's at stlucianseamoss.co or stlucianseamosscompany.com. Either way. Just Google St. Lucian Seamoss. I usually come up on the top of the list. Yeah. I love doing that. So that was asking order. And then Organic Stephanie asked, if I wanted to make a face mask, do you recommend a preservative? And I guess if so, what kind of preservative would you recommend?
Really, I would use powder.
Like powdered Seamoss as opposed to gel.
I would use powdered Seamoss, so you really don't have to worry about the preservative as far as. I agree.
Yes. Have you done? And sorry, I don't, Peter Noel. I don't know your name specifically. Like, who you are? Like, what was your name?
What's that?
Peter Noel, the company for Enterprises, the lady. What is your name?
My name is Kasana.
Sorry?
Kasana.
Kasana. Sorry, Kasana. Yeah. So, yeah. And mine, in case I never gave it to you, mine's Julien, and that's Ricky.
I know you. I know Ricky.
I know you.
I'm just putting the face to the name that I've actually talked to sometimes. So it's wonderful that I'm actually able to see her in person. Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
Yeah, and I know you guys just because I know the handle. Like I've seen that, but I haven't seen. Maybe I've seen your name, but I haven't tried to remember it. So I apologize. And it's pronounced what? Kasami? Or see, I have the worst memory. I forgot it already. How do you pronounce your name?
Kasana.
Okay, I'm gonna write that. Kasana. So thank you. And then,
You got to do like I do, Kasana.
no, trust me. There is so much going on in this head. If you were to probe my mind, there's like all this partying. This guy, it's crazy. There's a lot messed up in there. Yeah. And I had a question to ask you, and now I forgot it. So whatever. Really?
In and out.
You know what it might be? It might be not the speaker, but where I have the phone, because I think I forgot the. I went and got this like fancy stand for this thing, and I forgot it at the warehouse naturally, and so now it's better, right? Yeah, because I think I was resting it on the computer, and then what happens is there's a fan there, and the fan cuts me in and out from the noise. I don't know. So let's see if there's any other questions. Let me know where I can place an order. Thank you. I've heard so many knockoff Seamoss. Oh, that's a great idea. Thank you, guys. Powder is an awesome idea. Can just add water like the Aztec clay mask powder. So true. And I think Levette wants to join. She's sending a request.
Now they have me thinking about a face mask. Now I'm thinking about a charcoal and Seamoss face mask for anybody that wants to try it out. I probably won't do it. But for somebody else who wants to try it out, a charcoal and Seamoss face mask is wonderful right now.
Nice.
Great idea.
Yes. So what's up, newcomer Leonette?
Hello, how you doing? How you doing?
Good.
How about you? I'm fine. I was interested in trying to find the right signal because there's all these websites, everybody's selling it, and you go and you get some, and the next thing you know, it's just not the real thing.
Well, sometimes though it's the real Seamoss, but people believe that it's not the real. But I mean, I'll say this: we're all selling the real Seamoss. It comes from St. Lucia. We pull it out of the water, pretty much. You know what I mean? And I always laugh sometimes when people send me emails and they're asking me, "Oh, is your Seamoss pool grown?" I'm like, no Seamoss from St. Lucia is pool grown.
Once you can establish that it's from St. Lucia, I will put my money on. You know what I mean? I don't know. Make me do the craziest thing. I'll do it. You know what I mean? If you can show me a pool operation happening in St. Lucia, that is.
Like I don't even really kind of get into that question that much because if you know St. Lucia, you know there's no pools in St. Lucia.
Yeah.
So like you want to look at like first of all, if you're doing that, you want to look at places that are not next to water that would be growing it in a pool. Like that's the one that you want to look at. If you're looking at some place that's actually on the ocean and they have a pool grown, that doesn't make any sense because why spend so much money on a pool and all that stuff to get to a pool when it's growing in the backyard?
Yeah.
Right. So it's just that a lot of people just don't know, and that's the first question that they ask, but that's the question that everybody asks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I live in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. So do you know any place in Pennsylvania that's really has the real Seamoss?
Yeah. Do you want it in a gel or do you want it in dry?
Something about this, but I like the gel. But normally when I do get the gel, I get the plain, and I will add my seasoning. You know, as far as mixing through the mixer.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a good idea? That's actually the best idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I always recommend getting it plain unless you're actually close, unless you actually have somebody in Philadelphia that you can get it from the day that they make it, and then you can actually go from there. Just because you might like their blend, I would suggest it. However, for longevity purposes and for preserving for a longer period of time, get the plain and then add your fruit. And the thing is that if I'm actually doing it that way, I'm gonna make the smoothie instead of making the gel. Yeah, exactly. That's what I do. So I would do it that way. And now if you are actually in Philadelphia, the official Moss Boss is in Philadelphia as well.
Yeah.
Wonderful Moss Boss.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And he even has.
Wonderful company. He'll take care of everything. He's pretty much a wonderful guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Super passionate about his
You
stuff.
know your roots in Philadelphia as well. As opposed to some. I don't necessarily know that company. However, I just see it in the comments. Know your roots, so I would go check them out as well since they are in Philly. The area. Okay. So how come you? Or you can go for me. You can go to GoSeamoss.com. That's going to give you wholesale. If you want retail, just go to Ricky Ray's. You can find that if you actually click on GoSeamoss and Instagram. It'll point you to anywhere that you want to go. GoSeamoss. Yes. Okay. I'll try to do. Yeah. And then any question that you have, please just send me a message. I'll answer anything that you need. Okay. I'm pretty much an open book. I'm gonna steer you in the right direction. Even if you're not getting it from me, I'm gonna make sure that you're going to somebody that I know is gonna make sure that you take care of. Okay.
Ricky,
thank you.
You're welcome.
Y'all have a good evening.
You too. Thank you so much for joining us. And Ricky, with that being said, we have to work this week on the Seamoss directory. We have to do something. Okay? Just something. We don't have to do a lot. We just got to get it going in the right direction because right there is an example. Yeah.
I didn't do anything. I looked at it this week, and I'm ready. I'm ready to do something with it.
Mm-hmm. Hey, are you guys able to access the comments there? Like, can you know where I have the comments here? Can you type in those comments?
Who you're speaking with? Me?
Both of you guys.
Oh, no, I didn't get the question clearly. Can you ask again?
Are you guys able to write in the comments? You see on the comment section?
Yes. Yeah.
So then someone's asking, can you guys put your Instagram information, please? So,
I'm doing it right now.
yes, please put your Instagram. Oh, what's up, Asa? You know what?
let me. I am ending TikTok right now. TikTok's getting the boot. I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna say
How's your TikTok going?
terrible. And in fact, they got the review here. I'm going to pick like my experience. How was my experience? Or I'm giving the sad face.
Oh.
Yeah, man, it was disappointing. Like, considering that, like, it'd be different if there was 100 people talking about Seamoss, but it's like, you know what I mean? And you're bringing me one, two. Like, that's not how it's supposed to work.
Okay. So this is what I'll say about TikTok. I would go on TikTok earlier.
Uh-huh.
The reason why is because what I've learned from TikTok is that most of the people that are on TikTok are younger.
Mm-hmm.
And so after a certain period of time, they're not really on TikTok anymore. Either they get kicked off of TikTok because their parents are telling them not to go on TikTok anymore, or like, so you have a younger crowd that deal with TikTok more than anything.
I don't know though. I get pretty older people, and I see videos of like moms and shit doing stuff, right?
No, you'll get those, but the majority of people that are really, really pushing TikTok as far as the new thing are young.
True.
When I say young, they're young. They're like in between. Like my daughter's on TikTok.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to say that, but my daughter's on TikTok, and so I know the demographic is like. Like I think that's the reason why I don't get on TikTok.
Sorry, I have to go and
1 or 2 days, but
get the clubhouse
I'm
video.
actually gonna use that. I'm gonna use that for them. Like if they're gonna do videos for me, then I'll let them do that.
Look, see, there's actually a lot of businesses on
Yeah,
TikTok.
there is a lot of business on TikTok. Like so, and this is the thing is that you can get a lot of business on TikTok. It's certain businesses that actually go a little bit better on TikTok than other businesses. I think Seamoss is just now starting to hit the younger generation as far as in between the 18 and 27, I would say. That they're just now starting to realize as far as, because they're actually a little bit more health conscious than what the older generation is. And so once they start to realize that there's alternatives, and because a lot of them want to be plant-based, or a lot of them want to be a little bit healthier than what's been going on in their past, and you can actually, and I think that's the one that you actually will find on TikTok.
I don't know. I still see a lot of adults on there, man. I see a lot of scantily clad women.
See, every time I go and put in Seamoss, I don't really see too much, but again, I look at our industry as supposed to be one of the biggest industries that we have out there, but it just isn't yet. And so my mind frame is that just having a little piece of TikTok is not enough. Like it should be flooded, like the same way that they flood other things. I think they should be flooding TikTok as far as Seamoss as well.
Should be flooding everywhere. Organic Stephanie says there's actually a lot of businesses on TikTok. Seamoss is popular then. Yeah, I thought it was pretty popular because even when you see them, those that are on there and they have their views, they're getting a lot of views on it. I'll say one thing though: the advertising on TikTok, cheap. Like cost per click is like 75
This
cents.
is my question for TikTok, because I understand it being popular, and I understand there's a lot of business people on TikTok. How does it cross over to sales? Because it's like Instagram. Instagram, you get 1,000 likes, but one sale.
Yeah,
Sure.
but I think once you're driving traffic to your site, if it's decent enough traffic and if you're setting the marketing up right in such a way that when they click, those that click the link are generally interested in the product, as long as you send enough traffic to the site, you'll get a sale, right?
Right. This week I was having a conversation and we were speaking about sales and figures. Like you just mentioned, you sometimes can get 1,000 likes on just one sale. So the more traffic that you get to your social medias, eventually the sales would pick up. So if it takes 1,000 likes for you to get one sale, that means you need to do more sales to generate more traffic to your website. So say you probably need to generate 10,000 sales, but at the end of the day, sales is numbers, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Exactly, and that's, I guess that would be. I wonder what would be the conversion rate on based on likes. Like, how many likes do you need to get before you can expect a sale?
I think it depends on.
No, but I'm just curious. I know it does. I'm just curious. Well, I wonder what that number is. Like, it might be like 1 million. Like, you might have to get 1 million likes.
Ads. And to be honest with you, I think it's not the ads than anything. I think if you're actually going to where, like, there's certain things that you're going to do just for likes.
Mm-hmm.
True. There's certain things that you're going to do to promote, hey, click on this link. So it's really more focusing on the ads and what you want to put on TikTok and Instagram and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
So they turn into sales. That's actually my biggest thing, is trying to focus on what's going to get somebody to click on your link as quick as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And doing that, it takes a lot of trial and error, because you might see somebody else doing something and it might just play for them, and you might try to mimic the very same thing, and it may not work for you, probably because of your target audience. So all of these things have to be considered. Definitely.
And
I 100% agree.
And you brought that up with the audience. I think that is the biggest, most important thing when it comes to like Seamoss advertising, is nailing down your advertising audience. And most people that I see advertising online and social media, they're not even using the audience kind of feature to drill down. And I think one day I should do a live stream where I go in and I show you guys all the different audiences that we use and how we find them. Like, I have an audience that tells me like the last who's interacted with my Instagram website for the last 80 days, and I can stream ads just to those people. And so when you do the boost ad, that's the worst thing you can do, because that is just like opening up a billboard where it's just showing to anybody. And there's millions of people on there, and only 0.0001% are actually interested in Seamoss. So you're showing your product to people that don't care about your shit. They probably don't even notice it. Yeah.
And that could be a waste of time and a waste of money as well, because odds are, hopefully.
Yeah, that's how they.
If you're going to spend money on something, you have to make sure that you're as strategic as possible.
Mm-hmm. And that's where a lot of these people, they get discouraged on the advertising, because they do the boost, they try to run 5 ads or whatever, and it's like, no, to really get an effective ad strategy, you have to be willing to risk a little bit. But you also have to monitor it and control it so that when you're aware of how much you're spending. Like, I monitor the advertising on Facebook every day, and I see which ads are kind of performing high, which ones are lowing, so that I can adjust it and see. It's a lot of testing and stuff. But when it's going good, I've had ads where I spent $2 and it's resulted in a $100 sale. Now, I'll run $1,000 on that ad any day to continue that going. You know what I mean? And so that's kind of things that, like, when you're doing these advertisings, you need to understand ROAS, which stands for return on ad spend. And that's kind of, you got to be that, and you got to calculate what your ROAS is based on what your costs are, what your sale price is, and what the profit margin is in between. Because that's the mistake when people are scaling. They spend more money on the ads than the money is actually coming in. And they're not gauging the return on investment for each ad that they're putting out. You know what I mean? Like, you need to know that eventually, Now, there's some ads that pardon?
I said that could be frustrating and demotivating.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I do believe that there's some ads where you should just put out, and they're sort of kind of like loss leaders. They're just there to kind of make people aware of who you are, that you exist. And those ads you need to run as cheaply as possible. You don't care if you're at the top of the list. You just need to be seen. You know what I mean? As long as they're streaming your thing to your audience, then that's fine. Because in some ways, you want to develop a marketing strategy where you become what they call omnipresent, where it's almost like everywhere these guys turn, you see an ad for you. And the only and the only way to do that is if you're running super cheap ads, right? Mm-hmm.
You're right about that.
Yeah.
You're definitely right about that. And definitely finding the right audience too. And you're right. The audience is the major key in it. Like,
Yeah.
especially even if you're looking for a new audience, like that's key. Is following trying to get new audiences and then get a lookalike audience for the audience that you already have.
Yeah.
That's it. Like I love the lookalike audiences, but if you can tap into a new audience and start gaining traction with a whole new audience, that's the biggest part.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things that I'll give you guys a little heads up is one of the things I'm going to be playing with when I get back is YouTube ads. I think that's something that we're not serving a lot on.
Like I still haven't, like I'll record a little bit, but I don't record, like I need to start recording YouTube.
Listen,
I just haven't.
if you're on YouTube, you're going to start seeing a lot of my face. Like, have you bought Seamoss? No, I'm kidding. But I think there's money in the YouTube ads because there's a lot of people watching YouTube, and there's not a lot of people really advertising on it. And so I think my best like advertising vehicle though is probably Google AdWords. Yeah. Everybody does the sale on Google, but Facebook is good for awareness, creating awareness. Hey Asa, how's it going? I know I've been yapping for a while. Did you want to jump in at all? Thank you. I'm glad you're getting value with it. I'm trying to fix my phone stand here. I sell all the Seamoss and I can't invest in a proper phone stand. I'm using a box of Kleenex to hold my phone up. Yeah. So how's business going for you? He said like you've been doing the pop-up shops a lot, right? I seen how you kind of have your whole setup. Like you can just pop up anywhere with the back of your van and stuff, right? Yeah. Nice.
I do plan to do more marketing this summer. I'm still in the business class. It's in the next couple of weeks. So after that, I'll be able to focus more on being out and about.
Mm-hmm. You know what? This is why I love doing this show because it really helps me get like sort of like my creative. I just came up with this sick idea of what like something that people aren't doing.
Imagine you create like a card or some kind of flyer, and you paste it on the counter, and it just says, "Curious about Seamoss? Scan this code to find out more," and you plaster that everywhere, or even get stickers. Like I'm a big guy. I'm like a big street kind of what do they call it? Like doing the street teams. You remember back in the days they used to promote parties, and they would have these street teams where everybody would just put posters up everywhere, and that's how people would find that out. So I feel like one of the best marketings is to throw stickers everywhere. You know what I mean? Where people are just least expected. They say, "Oh, what is this?" Because after a while, they keep seeing it here and there and there. So imagine you have these stickers all over the city. You know, want to know about Seamoss and this about Seamoss, and everything's got the QR code. And so eventually people scan the QR code and get to your website. But here's the thing: it's free. It's only the cost of the sticker. Do you know what I mean? And it's sort of like evergreen because it stays there for as long as someone, you know. I think I'm going to do that in Toronto. I'm going to create a bunch of stickers and put them in places where I know a lot of people will be, like health things, and hopefully they'll scan it and we'll see what happens.
Right. Every time I come on here, I know I'm in the right place. Because this morning I was like up early in the Walmart parking lot getting ready to get the meeting. And I was just watching people go from their car. I was like, what if I got like some flyers to put on their car or something like that? Like,
You should.
and just going by the more version of what I was doing.
Yeah.
Like, put it all in this perspective. Like, that's a really good idea.
Yeah, what I'm thinking is more of the simple thing, but that idea of putting the flyers, I think that's genius there, where I would present the problem, like, are you tired? Less energy, da-da-da-da-da. Scan here. Don't even say Seamoss. Do you know what I mean? Just
Yeah.
list all the problems and all the issues and say, you want to know how to solve that? Because those that really want to solve it, they're going to scan the QR code. And that's when it launches into a video where you discuss about Seamoss and you show the benefits. And then they're like, oh, yeah, so-and-so was just talking about Seamoss the other day. Yeah, And, oh, well, here, because you clicked this link and you got this QR code, you can now buy this thing for, I don't know, 40% off. You know what I mean? Something ridiculous. You know what I mean? And just, yeah, and just, you know what I mean? Sell the Seamoss. And then those people then become the evangelists. Because here's the thing. If those people that are needing it badly enough, they get it cheaply enough, and they're happy with it, they're going to start talking to everybody about it. And you say to them, look, I'm giving this for you to try, like as almost like this is like an introductory trial pack for you to try. You know? And then I would even do it something like if they do come back, you create that same price as a subscription. So that it's kind of like if they do come back and they want to get more, you can say, yeah, I can offer you that price, but you got to get it every month. You know what I mean? And so then that way you've kind of hooked them on a repeat cycle, and because if you give them some people, if you give them a good enough price, they might be like, well, why can't I get that price again? And it's like, yes, you can get that price again, but you have to sign up and commit to selling this now. You're moving on volume, and if you have these guys as regular sales that you can count on every month, you can then adjust your purchasing and your buying to save money because these are almost guaranteed, and then the rest is sort of gravy. You know what I mean? You reduce your.
That's like the perfect exchange of energy. And I don't know, people on the surface may not think of it like that, but like that's what I was getting. Like that's just the energy of not only helping, healing, serving, but also the energy of money circulating within the community. And all I can really say is another like that's like like the monthly subscription type thing, like set them up.
Mm-hmm. All right, no problem. Hmm?
Does it cost to do that like on a website, or do you have to have some kind of like generator or something that formulates their scripts? I never looked into that yet.
So
I guess there is. Like, I have a subscription thing on my website. We use Shopify, and we use this one called, I think it's called Payworld. And I pay $10 a month, and then I pay a percentage of the sales. But they definitely bring me sales. Like, there's a lot of people that subscribe and then track it. The only problem I have, and I have to find a way to sort of fix it, is that some people will go and subscribe. Like, I have a one where if you subscribe weekly, you get 35% off. So some people will subscribe to the weekly thing, and then it's like after the first or second week, you can't charge the credit card. And so they've ripped you off for that, like, you know what I mean? They've got that Seamoss for super cheap, and it's, I don't know, incredibly frustrating for me. I feel like they're stealing from me, and it angers me. No, it does.
Hey, so yeah, I have a subscription as well, and I actually put a situation where it has to do your card twice. It doesn't matter. Like, you can't just subscribe and then tell me that you want to cancel after you get the discount.
Yeah.
Like, no, I'm not with that. Nope. Either you gotta switch up your product,
Yeah.
but I gotta scan your card twice.
Yeah.
You're not gonna get over on me.
And
And
what?
then I don't like really. I get frustrated when you send me a message asking me to cancel your subscription for you, and you know that you only did it one time, so you get a cheaper price.
Yeah.
Right. No, I'm not doing that. Like, you can say I'm mean or what, but when you get into business, I'm gonna do that to you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and how you feel about it.
Yeah.
Like, you know, that's not how you're supposed to do it in business. Like, especially if you're a business owner and you know that you just got a discount because you're saying that you're subscribing to something. Now, if you got a discount saying that you're subscribing to something, then you gotta stay with that product.
Mm-hmm. But you know what kind of marvels me? Yeah, but you know what kind of marvels me, and I don't understand? It's like if someone were to call me up and say, "Hey, Julien, I love your product. I really want to try it, this and that, but this is the situation that I'm in, and this is why I can't afford to pay for it." I would work something out with them. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'll probably give you 10% off.
Yeah, just for your honesty. You know, I got to be careful with my words, because tomorrow I'm going to get like 1,000 calls with everybody going, "Hey, Julien, I can't pay my Seamoss. What can you do for me?" But seriously, you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's harder to get the right difference than that, but it's just like the energy that we're giving people. I don't think they recognize how powerful it can get, and we're in the business of healing. So, of course, you know, want to get
Mm-hmm.
they are doing they are doing that. But a lot of things like don't is like hard to come by. Like just open up something tomorrow or something.
Mm-hmm.
Say, hey, I'm gonna like that or whatever. But my health issues are when get on the right path, figure something out instead.
Mm-hmm.
I've been actually taking a lot of your advice, by the way. I started one of my customers probably has they're pretty well off, but I know there's no buy with down and out. So you know, I know they're out. I'm grateful in that makes me feel so good. I got a referral off of that. And I think that was another girl who was sick as well.
But
I just want to interrupt you in a sec, but you touched on a very important thing. It made you feel good. And in some ways, that alone is the energy that you need to help attract more great, like better things for you. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you just need to do things to make you feel good, to make you happy, because that gives that there's power in that, and there's energy, and it changes your mood and just your whole vibration, and that affects your decisions and how you approach business. You know what I mean? Like I don't go about it, but there's a lot of things that I do for the purpose of making me feel good for doing them. I just don't brag about it because that's not why I'm doing them. It's just for me to feel good doing them. You know what I mean? And that's where I kind of draw on my purpose. It helps me get up in the morning because I'm doing what makes me happy. You know what I mean? And that's key. Like that's why like sometimes you know, people aren't working hard enough because they're doing things that aren't making them happy enough, and it's dragging them down. Even today, when I was in church, that was one of the things that the message was about, where he was talking about pride and how we hang on to these things that aren't like beneficial to us. And he's like, this thing could be a simple problem, but the longer you hang on to it, the more it weighs down to it, and the more it brings everything about you down. And so you know, it spreads to everything else, and you need to kind of let go of these things that are not making you happy and focus on what's making you happy, so that you draw more positivity. Yeah. Sorry, I kind of went on a rant there, but
Oh no.
yeah.
That's I like the fact that you mentioned that because energy feeds energy. So in everything that we're doing, energy feeds energy. So if you're putting out good energy, then that means it's gonna be reciprocated. It's gonna come back right to you, you know?
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
It's like blood flow. Like you have to for your blood is flowing, and then you start doing stuff that like boxing and all that feel kind of like I guess that would be like a metaphor. There's probably a more metaphor to that, but I'm trying to tell your hype right now.
Well, and I want to add something in because this is a thought that just came to mind. Sometimes when we try to be nice to people, we get burnt, right? And that can cause sometimes us to say, "Oh, we don't want to." But what I want to say to people is, you know, your job is just to be nice. You know what I mean? Sometimes you'll get burnt, sometimes you won't. But that doesn't mean you stop doing your job. You know what I mean? You got to keep doing it and finding. And as you're nice to more people, you then begin to develop the sense of knowing who deserves and who doesn't. So for me, I'm at a point now where I know who to be nice to and who not to be nice to because I've been burnt so many times. I know who not to trust.
You start to realize who is good and who is not real quick.
Yeah. What were you saying, Asa? Because you were talking when Ricky was saying. What did you add?
I was saying, the people that are doing the burning, they're not realizing that they're burning bridges that they probably didn't know they needed to cross at some point. And so it's like, that's right. Like, not everybody's going to have your best interests at heart, but you have your best interests at heart. You know, you're going to win. Just going into stuff and like, because when I was younger, I would take offense. I was like really sensitive. I was like, how could you do that? All I do is like care about you and do this for you and that. And I'm like, well, there's a certain energy about me that I am several people in my life. I mean, it's gonna happen. It's inevitable. But I was that one because there was something within me allowing that. And, now that I'm older and a little more experienced, like I'm like, y'all can't get me down. Like we're so for a second, but I'm gonna keep on going. Y'all just gonna be mad and in the end bitter about it because it's like, why did you get to where she's at? Like,
facts.
I knew her 10 years ago. You know nothing.
Yeah. No, that's fact. That's fact. Yeah, man. And there was something I wanted. What kind of sea moss did you have today? Seamoss. And that's a good thing. I mean, I think too many people are afraid to take more than that 2 to 4 tablespoons. You know what I mean? And there's nothing wrong with getting all. If you're gonna be high on something, it's better to be high on Seamoss. I think. You know. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Yeah.
I hear a lot of people ask, like, what is the correct dosage for Seamoss? And I get confused because Seamoss is something that I grew up on. And we would consume Seamoss basically every day, whether it's in the form of a cake. My mom used to make the Seamoss drinks a lot, different flavors. And every single day, religiously, we would be consuming Seamoss until we probably started looking like Seamoss.
Yeah.
That's what. We would consume so much Seamoss. So when I hear people asking, like, what amount of Seamoss am I supposed to consume in a day? I get a bit confused. Like, what am I supposed to say? I didn't know there was a limit because we grew up drinking this like we're drinking water. We're supposed to drink water every day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, I don't know if you can OD on Seamoss. Right? That's the thing is like, what is too much? Because,
but what I do tell people though is that you need to start off slowly, because I don't know about yeah, I don't know if you remember. I remember the first time that I took Seamoss after a long time, and I took too much, and it was like I was not used to having so much. Like my eyes were like this. And I was like, okay, what's next? How is this? Yeah. It was like boom, nice.
I was expecting to be a slow transition. It did slow transition. It did hit me like it was like
so
ever since then. Now I can say that in order to actually try a different product and how it's going to be absorbed in your body, I would actually watch it for a couple times. Like most of the times in the drink though, I'd drink Seamoss all day. Just in a drink, like you can put a couple tablespoons in there.
So you guys would say that the Seamoss capsules hit you faster than say if you were to take the Seamoss gel, or what would you thoughts be on that?
No, I don't think. I think the capsules actually are like a slow process into your body. I think the powder is a little bit quicker because you don't have the capsule that's kind of slowing the process down.
Good point.
So the powder is a little bit quicker. I really can't say it. I think that gel and tinctures are actually the most absorbent as far as quick wise. And so as soon as you take a gel, then it's automatically going into your system like ASAP. Same way with a tincture. Tincture is the exact same way. The powder I would say is right after that because to be truthful, the powder is like really not even like a half a step after that. But the powder gets into your system quick if you just take the powder alone. The capsules are a little bit slower of a process. Like they get into your body and then you start to feel effects like 30, 45 minutes later when you're doing stuff. And you don't, it's almost like it kind of creeps up on you because you never know when it's going to pop. But what I always say with all of them, more as far as with the capsules and the powder, drink a nice amount of water.
I think that's
the only way you're going to get it to actually really do a full effect on you is making sure that you're consuming a lot of water. The more water you consume with the capsules, I say the better it spreads through your body. Same way with powder.
I think that's just a general good advice when you're taking Seamoss on the whole, because I can't remember who I was speaking to about it, but someone was talking to me about how there's different sort of like potassiums or something like that in the Seamoss, and that the water acts as a carrier to distribute those nutrients. And so the more water you drink, the more bioavailable these nutrients come to your body. And so
I don't know how much people are thinking.
I actually think it only makes sense because you gotta understand how the sea moss is growing in the water. So as long as you have water that's flowing through, then you're gonna get it's gonna absorb, and then it's gonna start to transform. So same way, like if I take some sea moss powder, I know that I have all these little small grains of sea moss that can actually absorb and start growing in my body if I'm actually taking water, so they can actually start moving around like they're supposed to. If I'm not drinking anything, if I'm not, or whatever I'm drinking, it's going to absorb that. So I want to drink more water than anything. And once I start drinking that water, then it actually starts to heal you. That's where the healing effect is. Like I just start visualizing sea moss growing inside my body. I just put it like that.
You know what? I just had a thought. When I get to St. Lucia, I'm gonna start making some gel. But instead of using water to mix the gel, I'm gonna mix it with coconut water.
You know what? I actually make this drink, right? And that's actually one of the key things. Because coconut water is actually one of the best forms of electrolytes.
Yeah.
Like I'd rather so instead of and this is for people that are athletes, instead of drinking Gatorade or anything else like that, that actually acts like it gives you electrolytes and things of that nature, but really just kind of making you even thirstier for water. Sodium content. So what I would recommend coconut water and some type of fruit that actually has water content. Like has a high water content, like coconut water, strawberry, coconut water, pineapple. All these things are actually going to be a lot better than what you could actually have in Gatorade. And they work. So coconut water is probably the best.
Bro, when you get to St. Lucia, you're gonna love it, dude. They sell coconut water on the street, like big vats of it, fresh, cold coconut water, and you just.
When I first started drinking coconut water, I didn't like the taste. Like that was
the real coconut.
Because it was different. And so now it's totally different. Like I have to have any smoothie I make has to have coconut water. Like I don't really put regular water in. I put like a little bit of regular water. I put pineapple juice and coconut water to make my smoothie.
But when was the last time you had a fresh coconut?
It was probably like 6 months ago.
Oh, okay.
Somebody actually, I don't know where I was, but somebody brought me a coconut.
We should.
I was actually in the warehouse, and I was drinking it while I was in the warehouse. I'm sitting here like this, just everybody looking at me crazy. Like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm drinking this coconut water out the coconut. Drink though.
But I'd love to see if there's a way that we can even ship like a couple pallets of coconut and have like a coconut day and just pop like a pop-up shop coconut. Someone needs to do that. You know what I mean? Bring in a thing and say, "This is the day. Come grab a case. It's just rock bottom price, and just there's coconuts everywhere."
That was soursop too. That's what I was trying to do with soursop. Just have like a soursop every weekend or every week have a soursop day. Where you come and get your soursop, get as much as possible for a cheap price, just so I don't have to go away. That's the biggest thing. Like I don't want to get a whole bunch of soursop and then have to throw it away because nobody comes to get it. So I don't mind having a soursop party. Look, adding some coconut in with it. Oh man, the coconut soursop party.
Hey, I forgot your name already. Shamira? What?
You gotta remember
Kasana. So sorry, Kasana. It's like Cassandra, but I'm gonna say Santana Kasana. Do you have any soursop powder? Are you planning to do any soursop powders?
Not yet. We will have it very soon.
Nice.
We will have the soursop, sorrel, fruit as well. Yeah.
And without giving sort of like your proprietary secrets, what's the general process that you use to make the powder? Are you dehydrating it? Are you freeze drying it? Or
we're dehydrating.
Yeah.
Cool.
So my next question, Ms. Katana, is have you thought about doing like a powder, like a pre-made powder that actually has the soursop, as far as soursop powder, maybe Seamoss, and just put it like in like a little small packet or a tube, so the only thing you had to do is add water, shake it up? You're putting out all the secrets.
I was gonna say, listen, that is the secret that.
That's why I said earlier in the video, like when you look at this Seamoss alone, there is so much that you can do with it. So slowly, gradually, we're coming out with a lot of different Seamoss products. We're already doing so many powders out of the other things that we have available on the island. So eventually, you will see this combined with the Seamoss powders. But yes,
But
remember me when you do that, because yes, that's the part that we've actually talked about. I just never did, and I was like, okay, I hope somebody does it in the near future, and please do that.
Yeah, someone's coming up with it.
Needs to be done ASAP.
Someone's coming up with it, because I know that is something that's on the back of everybody's mind. Do you know what I mean? Like I have not met a single person, and it's funny because I will tell the person that I have that idea, but I'll be talking to them, and they'll be like, "Hey, listen, I got this. Don't tell anybody the secret." And then they'll run the idea, and I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, "Yeah, you and everybody else is thinking that." Yeah, don't worry, I'll keep your secret. Like, come on, dummy. Everybody thinks you're tough.
We gotta come up with these little tubes. I'm like, everybody's trying to come up with a tube.
But
But it really breaks down to, I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
it really breaks down to, it actually goes with what you're already doing. It makes sense for what you're already doing to start to that form. A lot of people aren't in that aspect, so it will kind of go away from what their whole business is about.
And I think it's, as long as someone comes out and does it, like once someone does it, it's going to start to change and build the market for other people to come in the space. Just like how you're doing now with the powders and stuff like that. So it's like, you know what I mean? I know it's on the back of everybody's mind, but I'm like you, Ricky, I'm hoping someone does it. I don't care who does it. Someone's got to do it.
To be honest with you, I'm already just seeing your labor. I'm already on it, so I'm going to let you know. Like, I already see it. I see the beer in the well, like just a little bit small packets like that. And then you come in, just pour it in. Like, no, bro, I'm already leaving, so I guess I know it's coming. So, if I've already visualized it, then I know it's coming already. So,
most definitely. Beyond the shadow of a doubt, I think
it's wonderful. That's wonderful. I'm excited about that. I am definitely excited about that. That actually, that kind of made my day. Somebody about to do that.
I do feel like we're experimenting on a lot of, especially the teams. So that's another thing you'll be looking out for as well. Apart from the solving, we'll be doing line with the Seamoss stuff as well. Also, every morning we're having our Seamoss team and experimenting on different things that people will enjoy as well.
And so, will the teas be like leaf based or powder based?
It's gonna be powder based.
Cool.
So, for instance, we have the soursop powder, so you will get soursop powder combined with Seamoss powder, so you get like a compact, compact basically.
You know what would be cool? You know what would be cool, but I know it would be so hard to do, is if they can make a cocoa tea powder where you just add I love cocoa tea, but it's so hard for me to make it because I gotta grind it and I never get the spices right. It never tastes. Dude.
So yes, all of this is that you will be seeing from Noel. But if you want to just focus on just enjoying cocoa tea, we sell cocoa balls where you don't have to go through the grinding. The local cocoa balls, you just throw one into the pot, you allow it to boil, it's gonna
expand and all that.
Yes, do the same.
Okay, I'm gonna try that. I have some guy that gave me. I have the cocoa sticks themselves. We sell that, but
I have a guy that does he sent me some cocoa balls from Grenada, so I'll try those. But I, I remember one time when I was in St. Lucia, I went to this like Bible study, and I didn't know anybody there. And at the end of the event, they had fried bakes and cocoa tea, and I literally stood there and had like happened like so much to the point where they're like, "Oh, you like the cocoa tea, eh? you, you want to take some home with you?"
That we will be doing as well is the cocoa tea with the green banana powder.
Yeah.
In the Caribbean we like to use the white flour to thicken up the cocoa tea. So just a healthy alternative. You can use the green banana powder to do that as well.
Nice, yeah. Yeah, it was cocoa tea and fried bakes. I had like 6 bakes, right, with the saltfish on it. Oh my god, it was amazing. Bro, that is like one of the best snacks on the street. Is fried,
Combination, cocoa tea and fried.
yeah,
Please.
with saltfish. Oh, and then another thing I would have is the fried chicken with the bakes. And so they would put the bake and the fried chicken on it, and then they would squirt hot sauce and ketchup on it.
Yes.
Oh, bro, their hot sauce and ketchup. Oh. Yeah, and you could go to the roadside and get lobster and chips. So they'll barbecue a half a lobster and some chips, and it costs like $10. Yeah, or less than US actually. You know what I mean? Because it's like about $20 each. Yeah, I miss St. Lucia. I can't wait to come back. You know.
I got caught looking at St. Lucia airline tickets.
Oh shit.
Somebody called me like, "Oh, were you looking at St. Lucia and didn't tell me?"
So
Let me know when you're on island.
I definitely will.
yeah.
Like I gotta speak now.
We're gonna have to clear it with Chris with the boss first.
I thought I was playing this thing too. I was going. I think I went to Expedia. I don't know how she found out.
Because they check your history, Ricky. Women know how to check the history. I swear they have these seminars every like once in a month where they, you know, this is how you track men down. It's like,
She gave dates and everything. You looking at June 24th? I'm like, ooh.
you're like, I was trying to surprise you, baby. I was gonna take you on a trip.
I was like, who gonna stay with the kids? I was like, somebody gotta go.
Oh. Well then, you stay with the kids in San Crystal.
Yeah. You know, if I gotta be alone with the kids for 2 weeks or something like that, hopefully we'd be alright.
Yeah.
Hopefully everybody's in one piece.
Yeah, you'll be in the, like Project X. There'll be like toilet paper and all this craziness in the house.
Yeah, it's like, man, like this house was terrible.
Well,
This house was terrible.
bring the kids.
Only place that would be clean is my work area.
Bring the kids. Make it a family affair. The kids would love it down there, man. Get them to go to the.
Yeah, you know what? That's what I like. The way my business is set up.
Yeah.
The way my business is set up, and the way how many kids I got. We got to go in stages.
Yeah. I hear ya.
I always say 2 kids at a time. I got too many.
Yeah, that is. You got like a mini army, like a platoon.
How much they would be if everybody wanted to go.
Yeah.
And they eat too much. That's the reason why I don't want to.
You need all inclusive.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Asa?
No, they'll kick us out. We got something that has a tapeworm.
Oh no.
Like you don't know when his stomach says no.
Yeah.
Crazy.
He'll just remove himself, go to the bathroom, and come back. You don't know when his stomach says no.
I once got kicked out of an all-you-can-eat restaurant. No lie. But I mean, there is a funny story to it. Back in the days, they used to have lobster at the all-you-can-eat restaurant. This was around the time that the lobster industry was starting to fade out in North America. But you could go to these restaurants and get all-you-can-eat lobster. So we found this one. It was the last place that was serving like lobster on the menu at an all-you-can-eat restaurant, and it was like out of town. It was like going from Beaufort to say Castries. And we went to this place, and I guess they expect you to only have maybe one or two lobsters. Me and my buddy had to have at least 10 or 15. Like, we kept going back, and that was all we were getting, lobsters. So imagine there's like 50 items on the thing, and all we were eating. Yeah. So they started getting mad, and they started, only putting out one or two. So my friend got mad and starts begging on the thing, going, come on, where's some lobster?
I'm surprised y'all didn't get kicked out.
Oh yeah, bro. They came right to the table. We're like, listen, we're sorry, but you guys are done. What do you mean we're done? Yeah, you're done. You passed your time. You know what I mean? Thank you for coming. Here's your bill.
All you can eat privileges.
Yeah, peace, pay, and leave.
It wasn't meant like that.
Yeah. And my friend's like, do you think it was when I banged on the... I'm like, of course it was when you banged on the thing. It was funny. Yeah, Kasana.
Yes.
So she was asking, when you come up with the powders, is it going to be the leaf or the fruit?
Okay, so right now we have the leaf powder available, but we want to have the fruit powder available as well.
Yeah.
Southern California, we don't sell stuff like that. And I have tried to get the leaf, but I'm obsessed with the fruit. And I always consider it here like that. So I'm trying out the other as well.
Awesome. So definitely you can follow us on social media. Once we have that available, we will be posting it on there so you will get notified of it.
No.
The other thing I want to say is more of an idea that you have already been posed at some point. Is you know how the all these water companies, it's like a $1,000,000 industry. What is multiple companies of people that are right from Asia or the other islands, whatever, come together and water and that is like some popular water that for our
That's a great idea.
Well,
Yeah.
I'll say this. There are a few water companies in St. Lucia that are producing water. Like they have a lot of natural springs down there. And so a lot of the water that they drink is spring. Even like for me, like my house doesn't have tap water. We run off rainwater, and the water that I drink, my partner actually goes. You might even know where it is, Cassandra. I didn't say it right. It's not Cassandra. What is it? What? Kasana. Sorry, Kasana. Yeah. So he said that it's basically there's a pipe coming out of the tree, and he said that that's where the water supply comes from, and it's a natural spring. And basically, he goes up there with all our jugs, and he'll fill up all my jugs for water, and that's what I drink of. So, but I think it would be cool to see if there's a way that we can export this natural spring water to other countries and say this is like, sulfur volcanic spring water or whatever, I'd like to even maybe see if we can get it tested and see what kind of nutrient quality is, you know what I mean? Because the waters in St. Lucia are super fresh.
You know what I mean? They have the active volcano that's spewing out minerals. Like, Ricky, wait till you go to the sulfur springs, bro. Like, ill, ill. Like, you go back in time, ill. You know what I mean? Like, you will feel younger.
That's actually an excellent idea. Like, I'm just trying to figure out how, like, as far as the price of importing it into the United States and how much that is. I think that's probably the biggest obstacle.
Yeah.
Is getting the import price down to where it makes sense to everybody.
Well, let's work on it, because lo and behold, my partner has a friend that has a water company. You know what I mean? And I met him. It's actually the funniest story that I could share. So we're driving in the car, right? And when I was coming down there, a lot of times I never spoke, right? So most people just thought me and Ashton were just buddies, right? So we're in the car, and he's talking to this guy that runs one of the biggest water spring companies. We had to pick him up off the road because his car was something happened with his car. The engine wasn't going right, so we, you know what I mean, it sort of assisted him. And so he's talking, and they're talking. Oh, this guy's got his market. Da 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 da. And so he's like, "So what about you? Where's your market?" And he points to the back seat like that, and the guy's just like what? Like, that's your, because at the time we were buying and selling Seamoss, you know. So it was just so funny because he's like, "Yeah, man, I keep my market close." That was funny. It was just a funny moment. To see his reaction though was comical. Like,
yeah, I would definitely look into that water.
Yeah, let's do it. I'll ask him tomorrow. About it for sure.
It is a wonderful market. Water, especially right now, getting some natural spring water.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing the people that you're getting it from, is actually the biggest key.
Yeah.
A lot of people can tell you that they have spring water, but it only has to be 20% spring water. And they can just put tap water into the rest of it. And that's what a lot of people.
Well, have you seen what they've done in Jamaica with the Jamaican water? So they sell it big out here. Everybody's freaking out at it. It's basically their fruit flavored water, but they don't call it water. They call it wata, like WATA. And so that's their brand. You know what I mean? And it's shipped in. You can only get it from Jamaica. And so they want the true, pure Jamaican wata.
Coconut water and the regular St. Lucia water coming from the coast.
Let's figure it out. What were you saying, Asa?
I think that it's top of the line water and like glass bottle.
Yeah, I was just about to say that too. Glass bottle.
Like drinking bottles, glass bottles of water.
Wow.
I'm not saying that it's start that way, but I don't know. I just feel like great for the people and things because they're like oh my god, that and other people that are local there to like have this company and sell what they're selling around the world, perhaps like access to water and not only the local of the quality great water in our but also access I don't know, I just feel like water right now.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think in that way we'd almost have to bottle the water in like jugs or something like that if you're going to, you know what I mean, sell it to people to sort of help with soaking their Seamoss and stuff. And then I also think you'd have to get it tested to make sure that there is an actual difference. Like, it would make no sense, like, us shipping water from St. Lucia if it's the same water quality as what you can get in North. Like, it's almost like there has to be a distinction
to show why this is more value.
I think with that, it being sober water and coming from a natural spring and contesting that it's 100% spring water.
Yeah.
You actually have something right there. That's the first and foremost. Then once you get past that, like you have these water companies that are charging a lot per bottle. And so once you start looking at that, like you start looking at Boss and things of that nature. Like here, Boss costs like $3.50, maybe $4 for one bottle of water.
Mm-hmm.
And we know that what it costs to fill up is only a couple cents, to be honest with you. So that's where I look at it. Okay, as long as we can come up with the right number as far as importing, that's really the major concern is the importing price.
Mm-hmm.
What is it going to cost to import it? And if we do have to import it in just a big, like I won't say this gallon jug, I'm talking about in a big jug, and then use the bottles and do the bottles here so you have no.
That's what I was thinking. Glass bottles would be heavy to ship.
Yeah, that's where the price comes in. That's where the inflation of the price comes in. But as long as you can actually say, okay, well, we have the jugs here. The only thing we got to do is have a place to fill them up at.
Mm-hmm.
I think it'll work. I'm back to coconut water though.
Bring it around. Bro, I gotta check to see if it's true, but I remember a guy telling me that he has so much land with so much coconuts that he said, like, I just charge a guy, you just give me $100 EC and you can come and pick all the coconuts you want. So I'm gonna follow up on that when I'm down there and ask the guy if it's true, and then I'll get a bunch of fellas that, you know what I mean, and that's work for these guys. If we can hire them to pay them to go pick the coconuts and just throw it on a plane and give it to you, you know what I mean, and make a couple bucks, you know what I mean? Like,
fresh coconut, especially in the States, like, there's people from, like, okay, first of all, you have people from the islands that are going to come and fly for it.
Yeah.
Because they just want something that makes them feel nostalgic about where they're from.
Yep.
And then you actually have people like me that have tried coconut water and gone crazy about coconut water. And people that have seen me drink coconut water coming straight from coconut, and they want that same experience.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, that works.
There's a guy in Brampton, there's a town outside of Toronto here, that's what he does, and he does it out of his house, out of his, like, garage. He basically has pallets of coconuts, and he puts out a message on Instagram saying, you know, the coconuts are here, come get them. And then you see everybody on Instagram tagging them and showing where they're coming up, and they're buying it by the case because he only sells it by the flat. You know what I mean? And so if you're selling it by the flat and maybe there's like 20 coconuts, 10 coconuts in each flat or whatever, you know, how many flats do you need to sell? Like 100? That'd be easy to get 100 people over the course of a week. Yeah. That's my point. You know what I mean? So let's see if we can. I'll look into the coconut thing for sure, and I'll ask my partner about the spring water, see if there is like that's even viable or possible, and let's see. You know what I mean? Maybe we're the first guys to do it, and then after people see that we're doing it, people are like, "Fuck," you know what I mean? Let's do it too. And this is the thing. There's so many. Like when it comes to that water, that market's huge. There's not going to be one person that can sell to all of North America St. Lucian water.
Very true.
You know what I mean? It's just like with Seamoss. Not one guy could sell all. I laugh when some of these guys are like, I'm going to dominate the industry and I'm going to control money. Good luck.
That's the biggest joke ever. There's no dominating. There's no.
Listen.
It's
See, I'll say this.
As long as you're able to get to the market, like that's how I tell myself. I'm like, because everybody, like when you talk, it's gonna be $1 billion industry within a couple of years.
Listen.
And you're like, okay, the only thing I need is 1%.
here's the thing that I've learned: St. Lucians are some of the most independent people on the planet, and if they feel like you're trying to control them and stuff like that, it's not going to work.
Nobody likes
No,
it's
no,
true.
yes, they are very, very independent, very strong people, and so to me, that's why I laugh when I say you're good, because you're not. Because to them, it's kind of like, you know what? Fuck you. I mean, I'm going to do what I want to do. You can't tell me who I'm going to sell to. If I want to sell to this guy, I'm going to sell to this guy. Yeah.
When somebody says they're controlling you, that means that they're your boss. And
Bro,
it's like, no.
you know how many agreements we have with people where they're like, we're only going to sell you the Seamoss, and then we come to pick up the Seamoss, and it's, oh boy, I didn't think you were coming around, and fella came over here the other day. I'm like, well, why didn't you call us? He was there. What can you can't get mad, bro. You can't. It's just like, okay, fuck. It's like, so back when we were there, when someone called us and said we had Seamoss, we dropped what we were doing and ran and got the Seamoss because we knew. And this is why I was saying earlier, and I made that post, like, what's going to happen when the market price goes up? Because when the market price goes up, and these guys come back to you and say, oh, the price has gone up, boss, and you're like, no, I'm only going to pay that price. They go, okay, well, sorry to hear that. Next.
You scared a lot of people.
Good.
Like, when I looked at my inbox, was like, so what's going on? What did I miss? They're like, you didn't look at this. I'm like, oh, I'm looking like, oh, I already knew that. I thought I told that to you guys like a couple months ago. It's going to happen. I was like, what do y'all expect? Like, I kind of prepared y'all like February, March. It's like, what was going on about the market? And I told you it's going to be a few months. And once these few months come, and the Seamoss is really hard to get. And then you got to understand, it's going to be even worse after Shark Tank.
Yeah.
It's going to be even worse. So what do you think is going to happen? It's going to be hard to get Seamoss like that. You better be connected to the right people. Like, exactly what I'm talking about. And they're not people that were trying to lowball because like they were lowballing.
Yeah.
Right. But I got this person over here that gave me this, and now, you're gonna be messed up. Like, if you wasn't showing love to your people, if you wasn't showing love to your farmers, if you wasn't showing love to these certain people, then guess what? You are going to be in a bad position.
Ooh.
Very true. I was so happy when I saw Julien put out this post because we try communicating that with the people that we supply as well. And people don't understand it. Either you're just saying it's just because you want to increase the prices, which is not the case. In every single thing that you in, when this is wise, it's always supply and demand. It's going to control the prices of things. So even if the demand is increasing and the supply is low, what's going to happen? Naturally, then the price is going to go up.
Definitely. And especially right now, we have inflation on everything.
Right.
Listen.
Like the cost of goods, like even I know down there the price of boxes are
Bro.
So who's supposed to eat that?
Boxes went from like $60 to like $90.
Yeah, like
in like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Yeah.
Looking at those type of increases, guess what?
And there's a shortage of boxes.
You can't just do all that by yourself.
No.
Like your people have to understand that what the price of boxes are this much, unless they're willing to say, okay, I'll pay for the boxes. Let me know what the price is going to be if I pay for my own boxes, things of that nature.
Yeah. Like, listen, the market price has been depressed for too long. All right, it's been too long for too long. These guys were making way more money for their product, and it's hard work. You know what I mean? Like, it's like I forgot the name.
Really honest.
Like this Seamoss, especially raw Seamoss, is probably supposed to be going for twice of what it's going for right now.
Agreed.
The reason why I say this is because I always tell a lot of people, I actually want to put this, there's something called cream de la mer.
Yeah.
I think I actually sent it to you as well, didn't I, Julien?
Yeah. The face cream.
And I actually have a whole list of products that somebody sent me that actually has they call it seaweed extract, but most of the time it's Seamoss. All these products cost $100+ or more. The creme de la mer costs $2,600 for a 16 ounce.
What?
$2,600 for a 16 ounce. In fact, I'm gonna put it up too. I'm gonna put the name of the company up. I just want to make sure I'm putting it right. But yeah, the product itself costs $2,600 for a 16 ounce. The main ingredient is Seamoss or seaweed extract. So why are we selling this for so cheap?
Exactly.
And I actually had a conversation with my mom today. My mom's an ex-woman. She pretty much told me, she was like, because I was telling her all the stuff that coming down the pipeline, and she's like, great. Y'all need to, don't y'all think y'all need to reevaluate y'all sales and how much y'all selling for? And I'm like, I thought about that. She was like, you gotta understand something. The price that you have, and you're selling it for $20, they're selling it for $2,600. Who's in the wrong? You're in the wrong because you know you least get $600. And if you actually had an evaluation done from major corporations, they're gonna evaluate it compared to products that are similar to it. So their evaluation is going to be, and that's where they don't want to come in and really try to take over the business because they know what it is.
Facts. That's true. There was something I wanted to say too, and I hate when I go to say something and then I'm waiting and then I forget. But what was it? Oh, they'll come to me. But you're right in the sense that people aren't understanding that's what it is. Part of the reason why I feel that these guys are pushing the price to be so low is because they're I don't want to say that they don't know how to sell, but they're choosing the wrong method or the wrong focus. And so they're focusing on price. Like I had a similar situation where this guy, I had a partnership deal with this guy. I ended up losing the deal with the guy because I refused to continuously drop my price for him. You know what I mean? Like this guy was like trying to get me to get down to $6 a pound. And I'm just I'm like, well, like I'm not going back to these guys and telling them that I got to take it for less. Fuck that. So my view was like, if you sell the product and you have a good marketing, you can sell it at any price. But how I apologize, because if I keep swearing and family home is there, I just realized that when I saw your reaction, other people must be listening to me talk, and I tell them I'm sorry for cussing. I'm going to be more mindful about it. So getting back to what I was saying, like they're focusing on the cheap price, thinking that that's what's going to fuel the people. And when you're doing that, you're leaving yourself vulnerable because you're always going to need to have that cheap price. But if you focus on the value of the product and your business and your the trust factor, who you are, your reputation, then it's almost like it doesn't matter what the price is that you sell. The people will trust that you're pricing the product appropriately for what it's going to cost and what it's worth. You know what I mean? But when you try to sell the product cheap, you then, you shoot yourself in the foot, like yourself with this creme de la creme. You could have gotten more, but you've
You know what I mean? You push people. How do we say it? You've made the decision for them that they don't have to pay more. You know what I mean? Even if they wanted to.
That's the issue. It's like the industry as a whole right now, as far as, and I'll just say, as far as our industry is, we think that there's nobody that's going to buy it from $1,500 to $2,600. However, if you look at the product and you look at how many reviews this creme de la mer has, there's people that are buying it.
Mm-hmm.
You know why they're buying it? Because it actually works. And so if everybody says, stop, we're not selling this for this price, we have changed it. And I'm going to tell you the reason why is because you're dealing with countries that don't have a lot of revenue coming in. And so getting $15 is better than getting nothing. So, and then and this is from my perception, when the Seamoss business first started to pop and people started to recognize, is that St. Lucia was battling with Jamaica. Jamaica had different Seamoss than what St. Lucia had. Jamaica Seamoss was more of the wet that we call with high moisture content and big salt crystals that everybody is now saying is fake, but that's what the Jamaican Seamoss used to be like back then, until they started to dry it the correct way. Now you can actually, it's hard to measure those sea mosses because with the Jamaican sea moss you're only getting maybe 16-ounce jars for a pound, to where St. Lucia's you're getting 16 to 20 jars per pound. Totally different. And that's where the competition started to go. It's like, okay, so we need to overtake Jamaica, and so you reduce the prices even though the sea moss was probably 3 times better when you start to really look at it. And so when you really start to look at it, is that you're going against a country that you really shouldn't have been going against.
Mm-hmm.
And another thing that you actually have to look at, and the reason why the prices, I believe the prices are so low, because you're actually competing with China. And I don't think that's the same sea moss as well, because based on the waters, that's just me personally. Based on the waters, it's not the same.
You are absolutely correct, though.
Yeah.
I believe that St. Lucia sea moss is top tier when it comes to sea moss, period, because of where its location is.
Correct.
People aren't really trying to gravitate, like, as far as it's all about location of where you get your sea moss. Everybody can get sea moss off the coast, but how's your waters? Like, what are your waters based on? And that's why I think that you get these products that are, when people start to mix them in body butters and all these topical products, then they're astonished by what it's doing for them. And I know the reason why, but I think that really we need to reevaluate everything and have everybody on the same mind frame of, okay, we're not selling this for this price anymore. We're selling it for this price, period. Y'all don't go under this price. If y'all want to stay at this price, then stay at this price, but don't go under this price, because what happens is that, so and you can sell it raw for that price. Now what goes on is that most people aren't selling raw anymore. Most people are making products. And when you start making products, then that's where your money starts to come in, as far as, like, you gotta understand the easiest product to make is gel. And it probably takes $2 a jar to make gel, but you're selling it for $20 to $30.
Yeah.
So just think about the creme de la mer. They probably used about a tablespoon, if not even a tablespoon of sea moss, and coming up with $2,600 worth of product. That's what I would. That's my mind frame. I'm like, okay, so if they can take a tablespoon and make $2,600, like, just think about this product is good, and I know that they can. Reason why is because I know the products that I've been using that got Seamoss in them. I'm looking like, this stuff is astonishing. This stuff is amazing. Like, I don't think it's that much different. Like, I can look at the bottle of creme de menthe and say, okay, I can find all these ingredients. It's not gonna come up to be more than $5 to $10.
True.
I can charge $2,600 just because of Seamoss alone. Come on, man. What are we doing? We need to start. Okay, so this is how I look at it. If you got products like that, guess what? You don't have to sell a lot. You can sit on this Seamoss, right? Like, you don't have to try to create so much Seamoss. You can create valuable Seamoss that is better. You don't have to, like, the Seamoss that isn't what it's supposed to be. Turn into powder, turn into other stuff, but you have a certain Seamoss that your prune is like a bonsai tree. You keep on clipping it, you keep on making it till it's almost perfect, and now you have a perfect product, so you can get that $2,600.
Yeah. I also think that sellers also need to be able to make a distinction on the value of their product, because one of the things I've noticed is that there's different grades of Seamoss, but everybody, like, so for example, someone will come to me for a low price, and then I'll be like, okay, well, they'll be like, well, I'm paying this price, and I know when like someone's out of sort of line with the pricing, and I'm like, okay, well, show me the Seamoss you're getting for that price. And when I see the quality of the Seamoss, I'm just like, I reject that Seamoss. I wouldn't buy that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's like, oh, you want that for that price? I can sell it to you for even less. Yeah. Yeah. That's not what I'm selling. I'm like, that's nowhere near the quality that I have. It's like, I can get to you that for that price all day long. You know what I mean? So there's a difference, and buyers buyers need to know this, but sellers need to remind buyers this, because so that's one thing I get all the time is that they're always negotiating the price, and I'm like, wait a minute, these guys have not shown me one picture of Seamoss. Like, how do they even, or they've not asked me to show them a picture of Seamoss, and so I'm like, how do they even know the quality that I have? You know what I mean?
Because they've been lurking, man. They're lurking.
Well, they know that we have good Seamoss. That's why they're trying to get it for less.
They've gone to your website like 20 times. Like, they go to your website 20 times. They done price checked you. They done price checked you with about 20 other people. So they are narrowed you down to the 5 good sources. And whoever they give them the best price out of the 5 sources, that's what they're going to. Yeah. That's how American people will do their.
And
will make their mind up.
And that's what. Sorry to interrupt you, but I think that's what St. Lucians need to learn and understand, that if we all just said no, they would break. They'd have to break, and they do it. It's because one gets weak hands and says, fuck it, okay. You know what I mean? And that lets everything slide. And it's like, we need to be able to stand firm and manage the money right, so that you don't get into these tough situations where you have to, go against what should be the proper price. Some of these prices.
Give them what they paid for. Give them what they want. Give them what they paid for. They want to buy it for $8. Give them some $8 Seamoss.
$8 Seamoss, yes.
Yeah.
I always think everything has a price. If that's what you want, then that's fine. Some people asking to pay $8 and then you want Seamoss that costs maybe $20 or more.
When you come to me like, what is this? I'm like, that's the Seamoss you wanted. That's the price of the Seamoss that you want.
Yeah. No, like you asked to see.
Like, if you said, give me the $20 Seamoss, then guess what? I would give you a Seamoss that looks a lot better. But you say, hey, I want the Seamoss for $8. Okay, if you want the Seamoss for $8, I'm gonna give you some $8 Seamoss.
Exactly.
Okay, whatever works for you, man. That's good. Like,
bro, I'm taking your advice next time, because that's the thing. And I'm sure
Hold on a second, because I put your name up here so I can look at it and remember.
Sauna.
Kersana. 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 I know. I look. Trust me. I like literally put it on the screen. I put it on the screen so I can look at it. I wouldn't forget.
That's correct.
Yeah, so I wouldn't forget. And that actually brings up to an interesting. How is the Bois Day doing?
It's doing really good. The men use it as an aphrodisiac.
I love it.
It's also good for women. So in the morning, every morning religiously, I have my Seamoss tea, and after that, I consume my Bois capsule and a Seamoss capsule.
Mm-hmm.
So the Bois is also good for women, not just men.
Yeah.
Because it helps to boost the libido as well.
Mm.
So you get for the entire family. I do not recommend it for kids, however, because it helps to increase the blood flow, and we do not want this to become a problem for our children.
Mm-hmm.
If we have an increase in blood flow, we need, as adults, we need to have some place to release this. So
Yes, that's all.
adulthood, please.
Definitely. Now, my question would be because I'm a big advocate of Babande. Can you take too much of the capsule? Like, is there a recommendation on how much capsule that you're supposed to be taking?
Right. So I would recommend 2 daily.
Okay.
I take 1 daily. I would recommend 1 to 2 daily.
Okay.
That is because it will increase your blood flow. And then, as men especially, you do not want there to have too much of a blood flow, and then eventually we have to rush to the hospital to cut a vein. We do not want that type of problems happening. So
I told you.
I recommend at least 2 capsules daily, 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening. You can start off with 1 and see how that works out for you.
Okay.
Yes.
Asa had a question.
That was my only question about. I'm sorry, Julie. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say Asa had a question that you were talking before. I just want to make sure she gets an opportunity to get it answered.
Yeah, I didn't quite hear what she was saying. Not recommend for kids. Was it the Seamoss or the mixture?
No, so we kind of switched the topic quickly into this thing called Bois Day. And so what Bois Day is this powder. It's like a bark from a tree, and it acts as like an aphrodisiac. A lot of men use it to increase blood flow. I've personally tried it. I love it. I got some stuff. I got the Bois Day right on my property in St. Lucia. But there is a sort of like an urban legend, and my uncle from Grenada told me about it and stuff. And the legend is that if you take too much of this stuff, you won't be able to go down, and then you'll have to go to the hospital to get it drained.
Oh,
yeah. So it is definitely. I'm pretty sure it's happened to a few people because I hear this story everywhere, and I think it's something that it's like a known warning, and it's one of the things. Like I've had Bois Day for months, and I've been scared to even try it myself. You know what I mean? Let alone sell it to someone.
You should be fine.
Yeah.
But yes, it is considered a natural Viagra.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah, I definitely have to talk to you about getting some of those capsules.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
In bulk.
No problem. We have this available for you.
Huh?
How would you spell that? Because when I talk about Seamoss increasing the libido or supporting it, the men, and it's got to be ego talking, always like, I'm finding that department in everything. So
They're lying.
They're lying.
No.
Those are the same men that go straight to the gas station and get the gorilla pills.
Yeah.
Like,
Or and that's probably why they're fine. They're like, don't worry, baby, I got a secret for that.
but they got kidney stones because they keep on
But I'll say this: a lot of them don't know until they try it, right? They think they're fine, but I'll say this: like I thought I was fine, but the difference between me taking Seamoss or the difference between that activity before and after taking Seamoss, it's like now I feel like I'm a 16-year-old kid again. Do you know what I'm saying?
So that's the same thing someone happened to me. Like Seamoss was the kicker, and then after I take the Barbande, they just turned it even up. So I was like I thought I was it when the Seamoss, but then when the Barbande hit, it was like. And so with me, it's more of control. It's more of I can go to a certain spot and then calm down and then start back over again. And that's actually the kicker to me is that I have more control over what I'm doing. Like a lot of times, you just have that young energy. You don't have the control that you're supposed to have.
Yeah.
And you just like, oh yeah, and then it's over with after that.
You're like, fuck. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, but this is like you have control. It's like, okay, I'm good. I'm gonna slow down. Okay, and then it's like, but it's kind of like they actually push you in tune with your body. It's like being in tune with your body is a little bit more, and now you actually have something that helps you take you to the max. Like, okay, let me see how. Okay, yeah, I can do that. Well, let me see if I can do another 5 minutes, and then you keep on, you keep on testing yourself out. Like, okay, I can do this. Let me see if let me just add a couple more minutes on. Okay, I can add a couple more minutes on. Let me see if I can add about a couple more minutes now. And you keep on going until you know your point.
Yes.
Yeah, I love Barbande.
Yeah. We also have it available mixed with the Seamoss as well.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Like I actually grind it into a powder, but I'd rather just buy it from somebody.
It's time consuming, I know.
Yeah, I'd rather just buy it from somebody. It's a lot easier. And you guys do primarily the bark itself, right?
Yes, just the bark because it's more potent. Yeah.
That makes sense. Because just the stick alone, I'm just putting all of it in the grinder. I'm like, And then when I see your powder, I'm like, hold on, that looks different than mine. I said, that's brown. Mine's just white.
Right. We don't use the sticks at all. I do not believe the entire plant is meant to be consumed that way. I would consider the roots or the bark.
Okay, perfect.
Yes. Yeah.
That works for me.
Do you have any moringa stuff coming up?
Crystal loves Barbande. That's the only thing. Like, I want to give it to her. She wants it. I want to give it to her.
I agree.
Happy wife, happy life. For sure.
So what would be a good way to introduce that to men that are like that? Because I feel like when they say that, there's this energy of like, I'm interested, but now I'm not trying to get it because you just said that and I said I'm fine.
Nah, see, this is what you don't really go into what all it's going to do. You like, hey, buy this for $20.
Try it.
Buy this for $30. And then come holler at me in a couple days and let me know how it works.
How it works for you. Yeah, how it works for you.
And so it'll be like, and then you just keep it like it's a secret. Like, no, I'm not gonna tell you how it works. I just need you to go try it out and come holler at me in a couple days. Don't worry about it. I know I'm gonna see you in a couple days and you're gonna tell me about your. Just try it out. I would even put it into I know it's like Viagra, but I won't even tell them it's like Viagra. I'm just like, it's just going to open you up to a whole other different situation.
Yes.
And just leave it like it's a mystery. Like it's a mystery. Just say your wife is going to love it.
Don't let him catch some sexual thoughts while he's out in public. That'll be a problem.
Just say your wife is going to love it and give something to give. You take one and she take one. Like, this is a date night. This is a date night situation. You take one. Like, you ain't gonna see nothing extra. It's just gonna be specifically for don't. and like you say, don't rub my head out in public. Don't do nothing like this. Don't tap me on my shoulder. Don't whisper in my ear. None of that.
Yeah.
Like, save that for the car and when we get home.
Yeah.
And that's the only thing that you say. Just, you know what I'm saying? Take it when you get to the house. Don't take it when you're out in public because it's gonna be a long drive.
No, there was times, dude, where it was like I was sitting in their chair and they're like, "Oh, stand up," and I'm like, "No, I'm good. I'll just wait here for a minute." Yeah, I stand up and it's like, what the? It's like, you got a pencil in your pants?
Stand up, I'm already up.
No.
I'm already standing.
Yeah. Is that a pencil in your pants? You're happy to see me. It's like, no.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm definitely going to get some of that. I'm actually happy that you're on this line because that was the only question. I think me and Julien were talking about that as well. Because we were asking him, like, man, I'm saying I'm scared to take it. Like, I'm scared to take it to the Capitol.
No, you'll be just fine.
Okay.
Like, I understand that you can take too much of it. That's why I'm like, I wonder how much is like, because
I think I kind of.
I was taking a drink and I was feeling it in my chest. Like, I was like, ah, man, my chest. Like, it feels like I was going to have a heart attack the first time I took it.
Yeah.
Like, that's the only thing I was like, I felt it in my chest. And, like, my equilibrium was off for a minute afterward. I was like,
Oh, yeah. No.
One of the things we do with it as well is we consume it with the Seamoss. Remember, I said we have our Seamoss tea every morning, and we infuse that with different spices or whatever have you. So the barbary is one of the things that we infuse it with as well. And the other half of Peter Noel, which is my partner, he, after drinking the barbary tea, he still consumes his barbary capsules. And he has 2 a day. So I could tell you for sure that would not be too much for you to consume. But again, once you're starting off, you want to start off slow and
work
then you
work into it because he don't work
exactly.
No.
Exactly.
Because
I'm trying to have that type of immune system where I'm like, man, just give me 2 capsules.
what did you say, Issa?
I said, try it on your day off.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You have to try.
I'm gonna do a 30 to 60 day trial.
Well,
on myself.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'll get around to selling them, but I'm like, nah, I like these just these are staying in house.
And that's why we're so confident with whatever that we sell. We try it out so we know for sure that it works.
Mm-hmm.
It's no ifs, no buts, no maybes. We know it works.
Yeah. Yes,
Yeah.
definitely. And everything I can say, without looking at your stuff, I know that it's all done with natural stuff, sort of like simple, basic processes. You know what I mean? There's no sort of chemical additives or stabilizers. It's almost like as natural as you can get as a product. You know what I mean? And I think that's important for people to know. Yeah, because it's not like you're dealing with a you're a corporation, but you're not a, how do I say it? Like those big corps, you know what I mean? Where the business.
You're not a corp. That's what you're saying. You're a corporation, but you're not a corp.
Yes, exactly. Like you answer to yourselves. You have your own. It's not like you're directed by profits and controlled by that kind of stuff. You're more about putting out a sustainable, ethical, natural product, which I think is important. For people to understand that that's the business that you have there.
Yeah, one thing I will say, and kind of feeding off of that, is about the Peter Noel company is that they've always been very professional.
Yeah.
They've always been very professional. So I have to always give it up to them for that as far as being professional. Always have that good paperwork. I appreciate that. It's a pleasure.
Always making sure the paperwork was good, and I always appreciated that. Even when we had that situation, it was like as soon as I got them on the phone, it was settled like within a couple minutes, and I was amazed by it. I was like, well, I'm just not getting too much into this situation. I was like, you can't fight the hand that's helping me.
Sure.
And so that was the whole thing that I was like, bro, like you can't fight the hand that's helping you eat. Like there's a reason why you go to these people, and this is the reason why, because they're making your life a lot easier. Go ahead and
Yeah. And
go ahead and make sure they're okay. I have to make sure they're okay. If anybody's not okay, make sure they're okay.
And
That's one of our main goals. We make sure that we take care of customer satisfaction. And as you were speaking about this earlier, a lot of people don't like to share information or to assist people because they figure everything is about competition, and it really isn't. Also, one of the things that we mentioned earlier was about energies. You feed off of energy, so the energies that you release, that's the same energies that's going to come back to you. So at no time you should hesitate on doing something positive or helping out somebody else. You may not get that from that very same person, however, you will get it from somebody else in life, and it's going to help you tremendously.
I always preach that blessings never come directly. Don't expect anything from that person. That's not why you're doing that. You know what I mean? That's why I was even saying earlier, just do the job. Just help the people. Some people are going to burn you. Some people aren't. But in the end, your blessing is going to come from it. I get a lot of blessings. So I know. Okay? Because I give a lot to people and I see it coming. Like to the point where it's just like, it's like a car coming at me. You know what I mean? I see this and I'm just, all right, I'm ready. Where's my blessing? You know what I mean? Yeah. And when it comes, it's like, oh, you know what I mean? And so, and it's never come through. Like sometimes those people are grateful. Sometimes they show their appreciation, but it's the true blessing never comes from them. Never.
Very true.
Yeah.
Very true.
You know, I have a kind of a short story that's kind of on that topic.
Okay.
So one of it was probably like my second event that I ever did. There was another Seamoss vendor, and my friend actually hosted the event. She didn't even tell me there was another Seamoss vendor, but I was actually excited because I was like, oh, I have somebody out here that I can, talk to that's been in the business from like Good Day Sacramento channel and everything. They highlight local entrepreneurs, and she comes up to my table. Tell just by the way she looked at her energy, was just like trying to see what I had. She's like, okay, okay, you have different flavors than me and stuff. So it was like she was trying to scope out to see what her competition was.
Fear.
I wasn't even looking at it like that. I was just like, oh my gosh, like it's another Seamoss person because I don't run into people like that all the time. And so she tried the little samples that my and then she left, and I had followed her on Instagram, so she never communicates or anything like that, which is fine and everything, but I feel like if I reached out to her and chopped it up, it would be more like she's chasing me versus like we're, being a part of a sisterhood or whatever the case is and stuff, and I'm just like, man, there's plenty of room out here. People travel hours to go get it or order online because there's a lot of people here, but it's not a lot within the Seamoss community if you look at it like that. So there's plenty of room.
One of the things that I find crazy that I don't see happening, and I suggest it to some of my clients all the time, is go reach out to a lot of these other Seamoss buyers that are buying Seamoss and find out how much they're paying and how much they're buying and say, hey, if I can go to my guy and get a group deal, are you interested in pitching in on me with it? Especially if they're coming from the same state. And you become the guy that brings in the good shit. Do you know what I'm saying? And here's the thing. Don't do it so much to make money, right? But do it so that your Seamoss costs less.
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying? Because you
think
could.
that may be a problem in America because we just like it's almost like a crab in a barrel syndrome.
Yeah.
Is we have this issue with thinking that we have to compete with everybody that's doing what we're doing, and that's not the case. That's is really not the case. And once people get past that, and really the thing is that okay, so this is what I find, and most of the time, I won't say all the time, but the majority of the time, I'll reach out to people and I'll be like, hey, if you need any help or anything. However, if they feel like they want to be in the position that I am, then it's almost like they befriend me to see exactly what I'm doing, like she said, and then they're trying to compete with me. And I know that the energy is off. I know that you're just really trying to get as much information as you can to kind of, be foul about it. It's just, I want to say, because I can't say anything about anybody outside the United States, but I can tell you what happens in the United States, and that's really the biggest issue, is that, I can go to you, and one thing I do like about Atlanta, though, is that everybody seems to work with each other in Atlanta, somewhat. There's the outside entities that stay on the outside, but when you get into the inner circles of Atlanta and Seamoss, as far as the people that are really active in Atlanta, we all work together. We all have these conversations. We all follow each other, like each other's stuff. Anything that you need 10 pounds, I got you. If there was a situation where I needed 10 pounds, I'd call you. It's work like that. It's hard to say that it's like that everywhere though, because I can go to certain cities and it's cutthroat. They see me coming in from Atlanta and they really start to clutch up. I'm be like, man, I'm like, okay, it's they really look like it's a takeover. Oh, he's trying to come over and take over. I am somewhat. But I'm trying to get in where I fit in. I'm trying to actually find somebody that's already out here and say, hey, you know what I'm saying? We can work together. I don't need to make the whole $5. If I can make $250 and you can make $250, I'm okay with that because I'm not really trying to count your pockets like that. I'm just happy with my number, and if I can get my number out the situation and you can get your number out the situation, then why are we not working together? Yeah. Is it because you want to say that you're the person that controls all the Seamoss? That's the big thing. There's an ego part about it.
But do you know how much money everybody would save if we all had one or two people bring in the bulk of the Seamoss and have it redistributed once it gets landed?
They don't understand that, though. They don't understand that. The thing is, they want to do it all themselves. Yeah. They want to deal with customs, and they got to deal with this, and they got to deal with that until they realize, and I'm one of the biggest ones, and until I realize I don't want to deal with customs and stuff I might deal with customs, but there's certain things I don't want to deal with anymore. I just want to get my Seamoss and sell it. And if that means I get it for a steeper price, I'm fine with that. You know why? Because I'm going to price it accordingly. I'm just saying, hey, I don't have to make, for my peace of mind, I'll take $2 to $3. I'll pay extra $2 to $3 off each pound for my peace of mind. And that's
sorry to cut you off, but that brings a good point, is that your relationship with your supplier is important. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you guys touched on it earlier when there was a problem, you guys were able to source it out. Trust me, I hear stories from other suppliers and other buyers, and some of lost Seamoss and this and this and that, and you dealing with the wrong guy, he's just gonna be like, too bad, so sad. I got your money. Yeah, you figure it out. You know what I mean? You don't want to go to you don't want a guy to turn to you and be like, yeah, figure it out. You know what I mean? I don't know what to do. You want a guy that's experienced, that understands the ins and outs of shipping, and knows what to do when there's a problem, when the shipping gets stuck, or it gets held back for inspection. You know what I mean? To understand, or even.
That's really what you. That's the part that you say. You know what? I don't want to deal with that.
Yeah.
Like that's the part that. As long as you have a good person that you're dealing with that knows what they're doing and paperwork is good and you got good paperwork, and it's like that's a hassle that you don't want to deal with. That's why I tell people all the time, like I give them my experiences. I'm like, okay, you can deal with customs. I said, but make sure you have the right supplier if you want to deal with customs.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times, especially if you're dealing with a supplier and I was just, if they're new or they're just now getting into business, if they haven't been in business, then they don't know all the stuff that they need to get. And when you start talking about, let me get 1,000 pounds, it's different between let me get 50 pounds.
Yep.
And that's what people don't really understand. Is let me get 1,000 pounds come with some paperwork.
Yes, facts.
And that 50 pounds is all lovely and everything. You can just send it through DHL or however, but when you start talking about major people want to get 1,000 pounds, you got to make sure that your paperwork's right and things of that nature, or it's going to be a problem for both of y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I send my money and you can't send it to me, then guess what? There's a big problem.
Yep. Not only this, I'll piggyback on this, is that some of these exporters that you're dealing, especially the ones that are giving you low price, they're very new at this and they're not experienced. And so they don't know all the extra costs and stuff involved. And that's why sometimes, because I'll get stories where the guy's like, well, you told me it was this price. And then he said it's these fees. And what are these like local fees?
Adding up all these fees. There's a lot of fees that I didn't know that y'all had to pay.
This is what he's saying, because he was like, what the hell are these local fees? Who's the local? I'm like, oh, it's hacks, it's this, it's that. It's just like, he's like
there's a lot of fees that y'all had to pay that I was like, y'all got to pay that too?
Bro, they charge.
Y'all got to pay just to put it on the plane?
Yeah, they charge you.
Oh, man.
Literally to take it from this section.
I'm like, y'all got to pay a couple $100 extra. I'm like, me, I'm being true. I'm like, why are you charging so little?
Mm-hmm. So,
like, I'm an honest person. I'm like, bro, you need to be charging a little bit more than what you charging.
Yeah.
Like, you're not going to, like, the math don't add up. Because I'm doing the math. Like, I don't want to count your money, but man.
Yeah, how you stay in business like that?
Knowing you got to pay this, and knowing you got to pay this farmer, and knowing you got to, like, this is not going to add up.
And that's
you're going to be in the hole after it's all said and done. And I'm like, you can be truthful with me. Tell me what you need to charge me.
Yeah.
So I understand. So because what happens is that I be truthful. You're not gonna last.
Yeah. And they're scared to be honest and give an honest price. But here's another thing too that doesn't get talked a lot. When you're dealing sometimes with these guys that are giving the super low price, there's a good chance that person stole the Seamoss. And they didn't actually farm.
I'm glad that you mentioned this.
Huh?
Glad you mentioned it because it's something that happens a lot, and nobody wants to take accountability for anything. We don't, as a buyer, you need to know, like you said earlier, Ricky, who your supplier is, where they're getting it from. They have to be a level of trust. Like the old people say, si pan si pan vole. In other words, Ricky, if you're looking at me straight like you don't know what that is, Julien.
I don't know Creole.
You don't know?
No, I have no idea.
If you're encouraging a thief, then it's something that's always going to happen.
Yeah.
If you're going to discourage it from the get-go, then it's not going to be continuous.
Yes.
It will not have any peace.
No.
Yes.
And there's not enough. Yeah.
If you condone that type of action, then
you just have
exactly what you're talking about. Yes, if you condone that type of action, then they're gonna think that's okay to do it.
Oh, bro.
And that's far from it.
Did I ever tell you this story? I must have told you this story about the naked man we caught in our Seamoss farm.
Yeah, you told me about it.
You never heard this, eh?
Yeah, you didn't tell me about it. How you seen him running at night.
Well, yeah, I'll tell the story again quickly because it's so it's so funny. So we were supposed to go to the beach from early in the day, and we were running around doing all this crazy stuff. And so in the end, we're showing up at the beach at like 4 o'clock, right? So at 4 o'clock, it's kind of like what you got 2 hours if that. So I was upset. Like I was just like, man, like why are we even wasting the gas to come here? You know what I mean? And so we're going to Bois Chateau, Cassandra. You know where Bois Chateau is, right?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, so we're coming in there to the main road, and we're about to turn left to go to sort of the side beaches. So as we turn there, I see this guy running across the beach. And what it looked like, he had no shirt on, right? So I was like, okay, whatever. And then there's a break in the bush, and I could see the guy was completely naked. So I was like, what? So I go to Ashen, I'm like, Ashen, is this normal? And he looks and he's like, what the fuck? No? What the hell? So we cut into the spot where we're doing the land, and this guy comes and runs in front of us. Full out everything, right? And so they jump out of the car, and like I said, I don't know patois, right? So I have no idea what they're saying, but the way it sounds like is like, what the hell are you doing here? Why are you naked? And so my partner said that he said he was training, on the beach. Yeah. And so he goes to leave, and they said they went to follow him, and they found him with 3 sacks of Seamoss. He took his clothes off in the jungle, walked to the beach naked, was farming, like grabbing the stuff out of the farm, was taking it back so that when he got on the street, as you know, they'll check a guy. If he's in water, they'll stop him if he's wet from the ocean. He wasn't wet, so if someone stopped him, he'd say, oh, this farmer, I seen him on the street, he gave me a sack, and da-da-da-da-da. So they chased him away, and da-da-da-da. The very next day, I'm sitting there chilling on my friend's veranda. Who walks by coming down the street? The same guy that we saw stealing the Seamoss. And he waves like, hey, what's up? And I turn to Ash and I'm like, you know the guy? He's like, yeah, of course I know the guy. I'm like, what the? He's like, what do you want me to do? Like, the guy lives up the street. Like, so it's terrible. Everybody's stealing. You know what I mean? I think his name was Ali or something like that.
Yeah, I didn't know it was that bad. I'm like, oh,
yeah. Yeah. No, there's con.
Oh, it's serious.
And when the price of Seamoss was high, people were like robbing people's houses. People like and part of the reason why I think they don't talk about it is because they don't want to fuel it more. They don't want to show that people are getting. But it happens, and it's got to stop. You know what I mean? Yeah, these people work too hard to have their stuff ripped off, and to have some guy. And a lot of times, these people that are ripping the stuff off, they're not taking care of the Seamoss. They're not drying the Seamoss in a proper place. They're not storing it in a good location. You know what I mean? So that you don't get any I don't know, extra carriers or whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just not good quality Seamoss, you know. So
funny that you mentioned that, because oftentimes when people talk about quality Seamoss, they only look at the appearance of the Seamoss. They show no concern to where the Seamoss is being grown or where it's being handled as the drying process, as it relates to the drying process. And having the Seamoss, I have seen in some instances the Seamoss is being laid out on the ground, and you get animals walking over, dogs, whatever, and that could become an issue. Yep. And as Ricky mentioned earlier as well, where the Seamoss is grown, it matters. I often tell people Seamoss is like a sponge. It's going to absorb from its environment. So where it is grown is very important as well. If the water is basically toxic or it's not clean, the Seamoss basically is not good for consumption. Yeah. And we don't take this into consideration.
And that's more important than whether or not the Seamoss came off the rock. You know what I mean? And it's more important, like, for the person that you're buying that is aware of this stuff and knows the process. Like, I've told people, like, how they harvest and clean it is way more important than if that it came off the rock. Because if someone's using pipe water as opposed to river water, as opposed to ocean water, and the way, you know, some people will wash it 5 times. Some people might wash it 1 time. You know what I mean? Like that, the quality is going to be different from that. You know.
Or if you like what I
Very cool.
what I actually you know, I talk to Rory every now and then. And I was asking him, I'm like, okay, so why do other people's Conjures Christmas stank and yours doesn't? And he was like, because how he actually dries it up. He's like, no, I dry it. He's like, some people just put it on a tarp, and if you put it on a tarp, it's going to consume everything that's on it. So you might have it might smell a little bit worse than what you would have it if you just laid it out on like a flat bed of like a screen. He says it's a little bit different. And when he started saying that, I'm like, oh, that makes a lot of sense now. Like it's really based on how you're drying it and how you're handling it afterwards. That's the true identity of what type of business that you have.
Right.
And that makes a ton of sense in what you said as well.
And drying Seamoss is not that easy. You literally have to babysit this thing, because in St. Lucia, rains can come at any time, and if that thing gets rained on, you know, especially a lot, it's gonna spoil, and all your hard work all months is gone. You know what I mean?
Man, y'all need to be charging even more.
Yes.
When I started listening to all this, I'm like, why y'all charging so cheap?
Bro, wait till you come down there and I show you how to dry Seamoss. You'll be like,
I'm listening, and what I've known from it as far as how much work I would end up putting into it, man, no, I'm not selling it for that cheap. I'm about to raise the prices up, and I didn't care less.
Yeah.
Like, you know what, y'all just gonna have to meet me where I'm at. I'm not coming back down to y'all prices no more, because the amount of energy that's put into it, like that, and this is just me kind of knowing the business is, I need to charge more.
Yeah. Well, listen, I can look at the Seamoss, and I can tell if the person drying it dried it, like checked it every hour, or just flew it on the thing and left it for the day. You know what I mean? You're laughing because you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's all right.
The good Seamoss, the guy came and flipped it every hour, or every 2 hours. You know what I mean? Because I remember when I came into the Seamoss business, I've told this story a few times, but it was the best story. Ashen came and didn't tell me anything, and he showed up with 3 sacks of Seamoss, like wet from. And I'm like, "What is this?" He's like, "It's wildcrafted Seamoss," and I'm like, "Okay." And I'm like, "So, you know?" He's like, "Well, you're the Seamoss expert. Show me what you could do, right?" And I had to clean and dry the Seamoss and make it into gold. And I'll never forget when he came, and trust me, bro, I made sure this was premium. See, when he looked at it, he was like, He looked at it, was like, and he like, you know, up, down. I was like, yeah, bro, yeah. Tell me something's wrong with my Seamoss. And that's the thing with the real good farmers. That's the pride and energy that they put into that good product. To the point where it's like, bro, they'll fight you if you try to tell them their Seamoss is not good. Do you know what I mean? They'll be like, "Ow, what are you talking about?"
And that's my thing. Okay, so somebody that takes that much pride and puts that much energy, why are they not in a comfortable position?
They should be doing well.
They should be doing a lot better than what they're doing. As far as sooner or later, you just say you're not doing it for the love, because you actually have to, like, it's kind of like that. I keep on listening to this reel that talks about Picasso and the 10-minute drawing that he did for a lady. And so the lady was like, "Well, why are you charging me so much money when it only took you 10 minutes? And he's like, "Well, you know how long it took me to get it to the point where I can do this in 10 minutes?"
Yep.
Like, and that's kind of like being an artist of Seamoss. Like you're creating a masterpiece of Seamoss. You should be getting paid. Like, there should be tiers. There should be tiers. Like when you're actually like one of these top tier farmers, you should be paid top tier for your Seamoss. Like, if you're just giving that grade BC, then you should get paid BC money.
Yeah.
Like, but them top tier farmers, you should be paying these people.
So,
Like,
but you know, Ricky, there are those kind of top tier farmers, and there are some of them that are smart enough to hold their ground, and there are guys out there that have Seamoss, and they will not sell it for less than a certain price, and they'll sit on a container of it if they have to. But
I agree.
but what happens, and I think I touched on it earlier, is that the buyers don't understand the difference when it comes to price that this guy is commanding versus some. So they'll get a price for $10 or $15, and they'll be like, "Well, I want to pay $15 for that," and it's like, "No, you can't pay 50. I can get you this for $15, but this is going to cost 25." You know what I mean?
Like you pay for the quality that you get. Like
Yeah.
that's what I'm
But
always about. If you want to be a top tier and want to have the best, the grade A, the premium Seamoss, then pay premium price.
Yep.
Like if you don't really care, if you really don't care what your Seamoss looks like, you just want to get it for a cheap price. All right, then pay that cheap price and have fun.
Sorry to interrupt you, but you know that's one of my smartest moves that I've done recently is I had some Seamoss that I couldn't really move because it was dried out and it wasn't looking as appealing and stuff like that. You know, basically it was some boxes that got left over in the warehouse. So I slapped it on and called it a super dried Seamoss, and I marketed it to those that are making gel, and they love it. Like some of these guys, they're just like, just send me that. I only want that now, right? Because they're like, they don't need.
That's stuff I got downstairs.
Well, send me some pictures of it, and let's see if we can liquidate it.
Hey, Chris over here laughing because she knows I got like a couple 100 pounds of that stuff.
So, really? Okay, then that's...
about that. We're not touching on this topic.
Huh? Well, let's talk, Ricky, tomorrow. Show me what we have. Maybe we can share on a special and then move it.
Hold on. I think I still got some more.
Okay, you're ready to show it right now, eh?
No, like it's really. I keep it right next to me because I actually make the powder out of it too.
Okay.
So I can do something with it. Hold on. I got a couple boxes right here. So you can see it a little bit, but it's like I don't even want to put my hand in it because I'll cut myself sometimes.
Oh yeah. Yeah, man, that's still good.
Yeah, no, it's just super dry.
Yeah.
And if you put your hand in it, it's hard to get your hand out without.
It's very brittle. I know what he's talking about.
Me too.
Yeah, it's like
I could tell you exactly.
very prickly.
But it is definitely good for consumption.
Sorry, you're saying it's good for consumption still?
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would still use it as far as I'll make gel out of it and everything. It's just that
But to package it's gonna be difficult to package it.
Exactly. Like you can't put it in a bag and think
tear
that
it
the
up.
bag is gonna rip open.
Yeah.
That's the big thing about it. But besides that, it actually works wonderful as far as me turning it into powder and things of that nature. That's probably the reason why I won't sell it, because I keep on just turning it into powder. Or if I want to make gel, I'll use it to make gel. But I don't even use the stuff that I actually get. I actually just go downstairs and get that.
Right.
I love it for that. So I don't really complain about it. It's like I got it. I'm gonna make something out of it.
Of course.
There's a use for it.
There is always opportunity in everything that we have.
Exactly. That's what I always say. I'm gonna make a way with it.
Right.
And this is the thing that it also weighs light. And so once you actually put some water on it, it's gonna balloon up.
Right.
That's the reason why people love it for not powder but gel most of the time, because if you can actually sit that in water for 24 hours, it is going to expand so much that it's going to be ridiculous.
Yeah.
I might try to sell that to some gel company, but I don't want to do that. I want to keep it for my powder.
Fine. Don't sell it to me.
Somebody in the comment section said said they would love to experience the entire process from beginning. I just wanted to mention that we do farm tours as well. Well, we do from start to finish, from sea to table tours. We do it both virtually and in person as well. So if you come into the island of St. Lucia, we can have that tour with you as well. It's going to be an all-inclusive tour where you get to sample what we have available as well.
Awesome.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, and those things are really good. And I think people need to understand the value in that. Like, we do the tours too, and like, I don't know how much we charge. I think we charge something like around $200 or $250 a day. And sometimes people are like, oh, well, that's a lot of money. But it's like, when you factor in the cost of gas, the cost of putting someone to kind of take you around these areas, and not only that, but the access that they're giving you. You know what I mean? The experience, the knowledge, like, I can't even begin to describe the power that my experience has given me when it comes to discussing with people. Like, no one can argue with me because I was there. Do you know what I mean? I did that stuff.
So the people that are saying that it's too expensive don't understand the value of content.
Yes. This is what I'm saying.
As far as good content, you know how much content you can get down there?
Yeah.
As far as just for advertising for your page and things of that nature. Like the lady, Red's Kitchen Sink.
Mm-hmm.
I believe her content as far as being in St. Lucia and her having that content where she was actually on the boat and she was actually helping them farm, actually propelled her to another level.
You mean Rich Organic Beauty?
No, not Rich Organic Beauty. There was somebody before her.
Oh.
Red's Kitchen Sink. And see, this is the thing. She's just so low key. That's the one that's only on Amazon.
Yes.
She controls Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
Like, when I say she controls Amazon, she controls Amazon. Mm-hmm. Like, if you go try to find Seamoss on Amazon, she's gonna be the first one that pops up.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look at it, she has like 3,500 some reviews. So you just think how much Seamoss she's selling, and she has 3,500 some reviews. Mm-hmm. And she actually always has wonderful products. Like, as far as her Seamoss has always looked good. She's always had great prices. Seamoss always had good prices on it. So she set herself up, and I think that trip down to St. Lucia and her being in the boat and helping them farm and things of that nature, like, all that is what people like to see. Like, they like to see that you get it directly from the source.
Yes, I would have to agree with that.
Well, wait till June 15th comes along.
How about June 24th?
Yeah, because we're going to be tons of content. I'm going to be like live streaming like 24 hours.
I'm being real bold right now.
I know. She's like, what? What did you say?
You know how somebody act like they're ignoring you?
Yeah.
But you know they're really not ignoring you, and they just...
She give you the side eye. So
no, she didn't even give me a side eye. That's why I know. It's like, yeah.
She didn't even look up. Like, So Aquarius Born says...
Man, the worst part about it is I'm going to be talking all this stuff, and then you're going to be picking her up from the airport, Julien.
Yeah.
And it's going to be like, what happened to Rick?
Ricky couldn't make it.
He on daddy duty.
Yeah, sorry, Ricky couldn't make it. He sent me instead. Did he? Or did you send yourself?
Exactly. Like, I turned him on to coconut water.
Yeah, it was me. I done it. So check.
You wouldn't be doing coconut water if it wasn't for me.
Check.
Like, I want to go to the springs. You're taking me to the springs, Julie.
Oh, she'll love the hot springs, sulfur springs. Hell. But hey, check this out. Aquarius is saying, this is what I've been saying. A lot of people in the group don't want to spend $50 for my instructions and recipes. Crazy. And he's right. That is freaking crazy. $50? Like, are you kidding me? Like, just the time that it took to put the list together cost him $50 of his time.
Exactly.
And so
I want to say this to him, and I think it's a who is it? It's G Allen, I think, on the group that's doing it. Those people are not serious. Don't worry about them. They're the tire kickers. Move on. You know what I mean? Like
They wouldn't say nothing if you gave it to them for free.
yes. You know what I
The
mean?
same ones that get mad because you charge them $50 are the ones that just want it for free.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, they'll never spend any money with you. Let's just be honest. They're not going to spend any money with you. They're going to pretty much take every free situation that you got. They're the ones that actually do the subscription and try to cancel after the first go round.
Fucking hate those
Also
people.
try to frustrate you into lowering your price. So
Mhm.
don't focus on these set of people at all.
Yeah,
That's not your target market.
exactly.
You know what? Like, truthfully, I would buy it for $50. And I think I just want them to make lemonade for me. I'll be honest with you, but like, I would actually buy it for $50. Like, to start making my own lemonade.
Yeah.
Like, what it is that $50 for me to not have to get it from you. Like, I think he should be charging more, because if he don't, then guess what? They're gonna end up having to come to him.
Listen,
Say, hey, let me get the lemonade. I'm like, he's doing them a favor and saying, hey, I'm gonna show you how to do it yourself for $50.
Yes. And grow a business for yourself.
Exactly. Like, people aren't looking like that. Like, man,
Yeah.
come on, no. Like, but it's that crab in the barrel. If they're not getting it for free from you, then they actually, and that's the stuff that we gotta cut out. Like, no, like, I'll give you information for free, but you want me to give you my formula?
yeah,
Like, you know, for the charge, like, people charge an arm and a leg for their formulas. Trust me, I know. Like, I'm getting formulas for all these topical products, and I know it's gonna cost me. And I'm okay with that, because guess what? I don't want to really do it. Like, I don't really want to come up with the formula myself. I don't want to come up with none of this. I'd rather just have it given to me. Like, and so he's saying, hey, if you want to make lemonade yourself and charge $50, man, whoever is complaining about that, they weren't your target
yeah.
audience.
Just ignore them. Don't give them any energy. Don't acknowledge that they exist. Those are the people of why I put those posts every once in a while, like hating on Dr. Sabi and stuff like that, because I want to push these guys. It's usually that kind of those guys that are doing those things that are not like,
But see,
how do I put it? They're not putting the time in to do their research, to learn the stuff they're selling. They want it like all handed to them. I don't know. If it was
now
me,
this is the thing.
okay.
Is that especially with the Dr. Sabian people, you know Dr. Sabian got paid.
Yeah, every time.
like his stuff wasn't cheap at all.
Yeah,
His stuff was expensive.
I laugh when they're like, "Oh, he was a healer. He did say." I'm like, for
He was a
money.
businessman. He
Yeah,
was a businessman,
like all of us.
I won't say he wasn't a healer. He was a good narrator. He's a what do you call it, orator.
Yeah,
He's good as far as speaking wise. He captures you with what he's talking about. Okay, so what I've learned in business is that you always have somebody that's a good seller, and then you have somebody that's a good creator.
yeah.
He was a good seller. So if he was a good seller, then guess who was the creator?
All the women
His
behind it.
wife.
Yeah,
His first wife was the creator. Now, when you look back at his timeline, his business started to fall apart when he split from that wife.
mm-hmm.
And let's just be honest. When he split from the wife, that's when his business started to go down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
When he split from Fig Tree, when he split from Maya, like, he got another wife, but that wife just wasn't in the same realm as what the first wife was. I won't even say the first wife, the wife that he actually went on these journeys with and started finding all these herbs to heal.
Yeah.
Like, she was the creator behind a lot of the stuff that nobody wants to actually give
Give her
credit for.
Yeah,
Like, so if we want to give credit to Dr. Sabi, no, we have to give credit to his wife. He was the seller.
mm-hmm.
She was the creator.
Mm-hmm. True. But yeah, I was just thinking, going back to what this Kobe's saying. If it was me in these people's shoes,
I would not only buy Kobe's recipe, but I'd buy like 6 other recipes. And then I would study all their recipes, and I would come up with a mega recipe.
Exactly.
And that's why I don't get these.
Hey, Kobe selling one too? Kobe got $50?
No, sorry, I meant to say G.
I'm
Allen.
gonna ask everybody got $50 lemonade. Hey, just DM me. I need about 6 of them. I want to create a lemonade, but I'm like you. Like I like to see all. I like to put them all together. And be like, okay, so you use this, and get all the similar ingredients. And say, okay, so let's formulate the similar ingredients. Maybe throw in a little cayenne pepper or something like that. Just spark it up. You got something that's different, and maybe a little ginger in there. You know what I'm saying? Just switch it up just a little bit, but make sure that you have the key ingredients that everybody else has. Oh man, off to the races.
Boom. It's a wrap. Yeah. So just ignore those guys. And hey, G. Allen, if you want to even come on this live stream once and talk about your juices and why your juices are good, and why the recipe is worth $50, or even, I think you should give an opportunity to discuss your product, give them one more chance to buy it for $50, and then, you know what I mean? The price is going up. Yesterday's price is not today's price, And you have to be creative with this stuff. There are so many things that you can do. And that's true. And I wouldn't be afraid to raise your price, because I think in some ways you're going to filter out a lot of these undesirables. Part of the problem is that it's $50. And they almost feel like, well, if it's $50, why can't I just get it for free? Like, why are you even charging $50? You know what I mean?
Charging $250.
Hell yeah. $250 with a 30-minute consultation. You're probably doing the consultation already anyways. Might as well get paid for it.
And you're right. This is what I would charge $250. And okay, so when you so this is how I look at it. If you charge $250, I'm so curious on what you're gonna be giving to me that I end up paying $250 before I pay the $50. That's just me. Because $250, there gotta be some stuff in there that I don't even know about. There's gotta be there's some secret sauce in there. Like $50 is I'm looking at it, I'm like, okay, this $50, and then I start looking around to see who else got the $50. $250, I'm like, okay, this person got some stuff. Like this person stuff niggas must be hitting on some, like they got a secret recipe, like they doing it in a secret way. I'm gonna pay this $250, and guess what's gonna end up happening? If I pay $250, I'm gonna come out with a lemonade. If I spend $50, then guess what? I may come out with a lemonade. I may just be trying to eavesdrop on what you're doing for $50. Like it may be I buy it and then don't even do nothing with it. I just put it off to the side. Okay, that's nice. $250. Guess what? I'm making some lemonade.
Yep.
I'm turning it into a business after that. Like I'm invested now. Like $250 is like, nah, I'm just not gonna give you $250 and not do nothing. $250. I already bought my jugs. I already got a lot of stuff I already had. Like, and the last thing I'm gonna do is spend this $250 so you can show me how to make it.
No, he says there's a reason to my madness. I'm about to start selling the Seamoss in bulk, which definitely makes sense if you're going to create this sort of team of people selling the juices and lemonade or getting in the business. And whatchamacallit? Sorry, I got distracted because he said I may come on the live tomorrow. You may come on the live tomorrow, but I'm not going to be there. Sorry to break it to you. Sundays and Wednesdays. Maybe if you catch me on a good day and I'm not doing anything, I'll throw it in. But I realize that I have to structure it on this. I have to be disciplined and keep it on Sundays and Wednesdays. Otherwise, I won't get any work done, and I'll be live streaming. Look, we've been doing this for 3.5 hours. You know what I mean? Like, if I was doing this during the day, then I would get nothing done. And it's so easy to get me on it during the day. So definitely let's schedule it for Wednesday. You know what I mean? And if you want, we can sit down and talk about it, and we can work on some questions that you might want me to ask to make sure we touch on the right subjects, and that you have
You're not sort of blindsided by a question you're not sure how to answer, and then yeah, we'll go for it. And make people understand why you're charging that price, and I'll throw in there and just explain to them that like $50 is nothing to invest in your business. Like you're giving the guy a blueprint.
How about he not say nothing and I speak for him as a representative? We charge $150.
Yeah, give me the recipe. I'll sell it for $250.
I'm gonna buy the recipe. I'm gonna buy the formula.
How about this?
Now you can't sell it for $50. I'll buy the formula for $250.
I'll buy 5 of the recipes for $250 with the rights to resell each individual recipe at the price I want. Let's do it. Let's make a deal.
No, just let me get the formula for $250. Don't worry about it. You don't have to sell it to nobody else. These people don't want to buy it. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna buy it for them.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna put it in a book and charge.
Yeah.
And charge people a price.
There you go.
Hilarious.
There you go.
Okay.
Me and Ricky will come.
Say that too? Or is that Kobe?
What?
Is that G Allen?
Yeah, it's G Allen. Yeah, it's G
Yeah,
Allen.
tell G Allen, don't worry. I'm gonna hit him up in a little bit and say, don't worry about it.
I'm
I'm
curious.
ask him, how many did you want to sell? If you just say 5 to 10, I'm gonna pay for them. And say, no, let me have it for me. Yeah, we ain't gonna sell it no more. We just gonna charge them. We just gonna charge them for each time you want lemonade. Just come buy it from us.
Tell me if I'm right or wrong. That ever since I posted that thing about the transformation factory, that you haven't seen people start upping their game on the Seamoss.
Oh yeah.
I love it. I love it.
Either you're gonna tuck it in and say, you know what, this ain't for me, or you getting ready.
Yeah.
Or you get it, or you're like, hey, I'm about to go crazy. Like,
Yeah.
It's gonna either be one or two things.
Yeah.
Either you're gonna tuck it in and say, you know what, I'm out.
Or you're moving. Well, I love seeing Kobe with the fat burn, because now it's like everybody. You look at the Facebook group, and it's like everybody's running like these like infomercials or these commercials. Kobe's just the best. When he's got the shirt on and he pulls it off and he cuts the fucking. And look at all his sweat.
Like, man, you got blood going on there. Like, you gotta get blood down. Hey, like that was, man, like the amount of water weight he lost.
Yeah.
I was like, boy.
Really, eh? He was bigger?
Man, I'm like, you put it on, like, did you rub it on your body? Like, I was trying to figure out, like, he rubbed it on his body and then he went to go work out. Like, that's
I wonder what's.
like, Seamoss does everything.
I wonder what's in it.
Seamoss is like Seamoss is on a whole nother level. Seamoss do everything. You can put it on your pinky toe. It will actually, your pinky toe, the one that's always look like it's about to fall off.
Yeah.
And I'm about to put some on my pinky toe and see if it actually turns it back to the right color again.
Does that work?
That thing right there is ugly.
Huh?
If I put some Seamoss on my pinky toe, then it's going to rejuvenate my pinky toe. And it's going to come back. Right?
That works?
And if it do,
Bro, my
it's
pinky.
probably the best selling product. Man, everybody in household got to have some of that.
If that works, I'm putting some of that on tomorrow. Because, bro, my pinky. I'm embarrassed when I go to the foot place.
My son's only 18 months and he needs some of that right now.
Like when I go and get the mani pedi, I go alone because my family will like laugh at me and stuff. They're like,
Dude, you got us on mute?
"Am I on mute?"
Oh, no, you're not.
No, maybe it's the week. No, so what I was saying is that when I go and get the mani pedi, I have to go in by myself because my family's too embarrassed to go with me. So, like, if what you're saying is work, I'm gonna go put the you're gonna see me like all slob of it on my toes.
Like, what's going on, man? Now I just got a little moss on my pinky toe.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Trying to get this thing right for the summer.
I remember one time I did an experiment where I was trying to make my hair grow with it. and I would put it on my hair and leave it. Hey, I was saying there was a point where I was trying to make it grow in my hair, and I was doing an experiment, and I would put slather a whole bunch of it on my head and leave it on for a couple hours, but then I would forget sometimes, and I would go and do like a video call, and people would be like, "Is there something on your head?" And I'd be like, "Oh yeah, it's Seamoss." Like Seamoss. That's what I gotta try. Yeah.
That's what people like. Hey.
I'll have to try that. Yeah, for sure. You know what I mean? Start
If that doesn't work for real, I'm gonna be mad at myself. Like, I'm over here telling them to do your stuff and then it's gonna work. And you're gonna have all type of hair grow back. You're gonna have an afro in about a couple months. I'm like, see, man, I knew I should have came out with that product.
Honestly, dude.
I knew I should have did a.
You do
a combination, a bundle package with the roller derby and the Seamoss.
We should do that, man. Why not? Well, I'll say this: no lie, no cap. Like when I did it on my hair, baby hairs were starting to show up. Like there was growth there, and like there was one or two Homer hairs that were popping out. You know what I mean? But I didn't do it consistently. I did it for like a week, and then I stopped because it's hard. You know, I was running around doing so much stuff, and you know, after a few times forgetting the Seamoss on your head, you know what I mean? But it was always so smooth. That's the one thing that the Seamoss will make your skin really, really smooth when you put it on there.
Hey, I would say he got that hair growth serum.
Yeah. He's like,
you see, this is the thing is that I believe that there's some hair growth serums out there. I need some on this patch right here on my mustache because there's like this one piece that just will not go in for nothing. And you know, make
like
me
this?
look like it's somewhat like that. Like I try to grow my hair out just so I can just brush it down over it. But no, like when I get real low, it don't grow.
This is alopecia.
I don't know what mine is. Mine is just a piece that it might be somewhat like that because I just don't have there's no hair that grows.
Yeah.
Like just a little streak.
Yeah.
And you know, I was like, I could back when I was in my 30s, I'd be like, yeah, you know, I just still got baby face. It just don't grow. But now I'm 40 years old. I can't say I got baby face no more. That junk is like I got grays. Baby face and grays don't work.
Yeah, I don't know how I get this, but I get this sometimes. Usually it happens when I come back from St. Lucia, but it like I've had it here. It comes and goes for me, right? But I have an aunt that has alopecia on her head, and her whole crown has fallen out. And she said that the only thing so far that's been able to bring it back was the Seamoss. And she wasn't even putting it on her head. She was just taking it internally. And she said her hair started growing. And then I was like, well, put it on, because she got the purple Seamoss. And I was like, put it on your head too. And like I saw her at my grandma's funeral. And you know what I mean? Her hair was growing to the point where she could come out in public and didn't have to wear a hat. You know what I mean? And that's huge for some of these people. You know what I mean? Especially for a female.
I'm all about that. Growing your hair back. Like people take that serious.
Yeah.
Especially women. Like women in alopecia, anything that's actually causing their hair to fall out or having spots, like that's their crown. You know, when your crown is like, yeah, you gotta.
Mm-hmm.
That's $1 million business right there.
Mm-hmm.
Ensuring women's crowns stay right.
What do you want to say, Rio?
Chris Rock wouldn't got slapped if, Jada had that purple Seamoss or something.
Well, I heard that the joke was actually deeper than what we saw. Like it had nothing to do with alopecia for the most part, but had to do with her infidelity with Will Smith, because the reference to Jane in the movie was that she cheated on her husband with another younger guy like an Austin whatever, and so maybe that was what was kind of dropped at the table. Like, did he mean that? And I'm pretty sure if Will, like, that suggestion even came up, it was like, hell no. You know what I mean? I'm about to set this guy straight.
Man, Will was. He probably
I think it was-
caught on to it. He probably caught on to it late too, because he was laughing at first, like, hold on.
Yeah.
G.I. Jane was about. Hold on. And she bald headed too?
Yeah.
Oh, no,
Maybe.
you double entendre me. That's a double entendre.
But I also think he looked drunk. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, he didn't look of sound mind when he was doing that. Just how he's saying, keep your wet. You know what I mean? Like, that kind of shit. Like, come on, man. You know what I mean?
He just, when somebody, when you've been the butt of a lot of jokes and a lot of memes and a lot of red table talk conversations, then you get that point.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's hard for me to say. Like, I don't really think anything in Hollywood is fully real.
No.
I think a lot of it's staged.
Everything.
To a certain point. And so I really came to say that was a real situation. If Will Smith able to go out and take a break for a little bit and do a couple different things and as much people, this don't put no stain on Will Smith at all.
Yeah.
You know what's gonna happen is a year or 2 years from now, we won't even really remember. Like, oh, remember when Will smacked old boy? That's what the conversation gonna be.
Yeah.
He's gonna be back making movies. He'll probably be back actually making more money than what he was making then. Like, all these things, come on. Like, everything, like, Hollywood is Hollywood for a reason. Like, everything is staged. Everything is to manipulate. Like, the same time Will Smith got slapped old buddy, Giselle Maxwell got charged with all those trafficking.
Yeah.
Like, and when people don't want to talk about that, because guess what you're talking about? You're talking about Will Smith and Chris Rock.
Yeah. The distraction. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
the smoke
it's
and
all
mirror.
a distraction to take you away from what's really real out there. Is that they were sex trafficking all these little girls, and they were using them in certain ways, and so it don't really get to the public. Like, hey, so who else was doing this? Guess what? Like, they didn't even publicize her situation.
No.
Like that's a lot bigger than anything to me. Like, that's the biggest situation out. Really. Like, what happened to all these girls that are being trafficked? What happened to all these underage situations? Like, that they're rich? What happened on Epstein's Island? Like, all these questions.
You know,
and who was involved?
And
like, how did Epstein get with all these people, and what did he have on all these people? She was the right hand to this person. You think that she don't have all the answers? She got all the answers. But are we looking for the answers? No. Why? Because the people that got the answers, they're actually part of this media situation.
Yeah.
To be honest with you. Like, they make this media run and go and to out them, shoot.
Yeah, it's
like
not good.
So.
And you bring that point, because it's like, how can the whole nation be all rallied up by something like, say, George Floyd, but yet thousands of girls were inappropriately used and exploited, and we're not running the same sort of, like, you know what I mean? Like, like, we're not all rallying up and saying end the human trafficking and stuff like that. And it's mainly because we're not being told that we're supposed to. A lot of this stuff.
Well, this is another thing, is that truly that tells you how we feel about girls and women, and how they're looked at as objects more than they're looked at as being like your equal.
Well,
like,
maybe not us, but how society is influencing us to believe that. Because I don't think that a person thinks that.
We get a lot of our thoughts from media.
Yeah.
And And so you're actually like they'll tell you how to think.
Mm-hmm.
What to think, how to think.
Mm-hmm. What's important, this and that.
If you allow it, okay, just prime example, just for our sake, R. Kelly. Like, people still don't want to believe that he did all that stuff. He did it.
Yeah, he's been doing it for a while.
He's doing it for a while. Like, people want to say, no, they don't really have I know somebody that's been paid by him. I know somebody that's like, it's like, I'm in Atlanta. There's about 3 or 4 girls that got paid that I know.
Yeah.
Like, and they were my age as far as 15, 16 years old dealing with this 20-some-year-old man. You got a leader. Come on. Like, it's all out there for you.
Yeah.
However, and I'm just being honest, this is my situation, and you can ask Crystal, you can't even play R. Kelly in my house.
Mm-hmm.
You can't, like, and this been since I knew that he done paid these girls off, and I was like 22, 23. You can't play no R. Kelly in front of me.
Yeah.
That's disrespectful. Like, I don't rock with those dude. Like, dude's nasty. Like, and for me to condone what he's doing as far as, and they be like, well, it's not his music. No, listen to his music. It's all in his music, and you condoning it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna listen. I'm not putting none of that in my spirit because I know where it's coming from. I know this sadistic place that it's coming from, and I'm not gonna allow that in my spirit because now I know who he's referring to. He's not referring to grown women. He's referring to young women. So I don't deal with R. Kelly. I don't deal with like all these people like this Epstein situation. Like I'm upset. Like nobody's want to talk about this. Like nobody wants to. Cause I'm not even sure why you will. Are you scared? Like you understand they killing us anyway. Like you gotta stand for something. Like they gonna come and get you anyway, regardless of the situation. They coming to get you. If you speak out, like you know what I'm saying, the more people speak out, it's gonna be harder for them to get everybody. It's like everything can't be a conspiracy. Like if you knock off 50 of us because we speaking out, guess what? People are gonna start looking at it like, hold on, how do you think 50 people just? And these are the ones that's been talking about now. It's like, oh, so this is what y'all doing. Like, they're allowed to do stuff, and what it is, we just sweeping on the rug like they didn't do nothing. Because we are afraid of the consequences. Like, we are some of the most scared people that act like we about it. I'm just be honest. We act like we, like, oh, we gonna do this, we gonna do that, but when it comes down to it, we ain't standing on nothing.
G. Allen said, do you all remember when that white guy disappeared and his fiance was killed? I don't know who he's talking about. He's like, that was the same time it was televised a volcano that was shooting hot lava for 3 months.
I missed that one. See, I don't even, like, I missed, like, it's, like, you get it's going on so much that you like,
yeah.
That's it.
No, it doesn't ring a bell for me. I don't know.
Yeah, that's just like right now what's been going on as far as the mass shootings.
There's been some mass shootings?
Yeah, like there one in Buffalo right by you.
I don't watch the news.
Yeah, there was one in Buffalo last night. There was one in Milwaukee. There was one in Houston, Texas.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple more. Like there was like 3 or 4 mass shootings in the process of 24 to 48 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Where 10 people killed over here, 20 wounded over here.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's like they going crazy, and you know, these white people got a license to kill us. It's purge season.
Crazy.
Like that's how it feels. Like it feels like it's purge season. Be truthful, and you know, I won't even say nothing about that because anybody can be in the wrong place at the wrong time when it comes to something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And just because somebody feels a certain way, like I'm not even sure what they mad about. Like they winning right now. Are you getting mad because you losing your grip? Like, like you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand that. Like, if you are actually on the winning side, because that's how I look at it, you're winning right now. You control the board. Like, and I say this in a broad statement that white men are winning right now. They control the board.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you land on certain places, you gotta pay them. You want to do certain things, you gotta pay them. Media runs through them. Everything runs through them.
Mm-hmm.
So how are y'all mad? How are y'all shooting up places, but y'all are winning? Shouldn't we be the ones shooting up y'all spots? Like,
yeah, but I think they're shooting up their spot because they're being, like, how do you say it, motivated, like influenced through media, like brainwash.
Well, what it is that, like, that stranglehold that they done had on us for so long is starting to lose its grip.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you gotta understand, like, these young people ain't really don't really hear what the old conversation was about slavery and stuff like that. They don't, like, I talk to young people, they don't even believe slavery existed like it did.
Really?
Yeah, they like, no, there wasn't that much slavery. You can't, and they got, the thing about it is, they're actually right. Like, all these people didn't come over on no boat. We was already here.
There was a lot of people that were already here.
Like, they started to break it down. Like, no, you can't have all the people on the boat. Like, there may be a couple people that came on the boat, but as far as how the slavery went down, they don't even believe that no more. Like, they don't, like, they look at Roots and start laughing. When we looked at Roots and like, we were like, oh, that's so sad. They look at Roots like, like, that ain't happening.
No one did, but it did.
It's like, no, we were already here. Like, you can't enslave. You can't tell me that I came off the boat when I was already here. Like, that's how they look at it. Like, I was already here. We actually got into a partnership with y'all, but then y'all did us dirty.
Mm.
And then, instead of being indentured servants where we actually were being paid for what we were doing, you turned us into slaves and made us look a certain way. Like, now, albeit there are probably people that got captured in war and turned into slaves, and that was a lie about the South, but that was probably from Florida and things of that nature. But you gotta understand, like, somebody asked me where I'm from, I'm like, because they always think I'm from the island somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So they're like, oh, what island are you from? I'm like, I'm not from Ireland, I'm from America. Like, you from America? Yeah, I'm from America. So what part of Africa did your people come from? I was like, no, I'm from America. Like, I don't know what Africa, like, I ain't never been to Africa. I can't even tell you that my ancestors have been in Africa. We've been over here.
Yeah.
Like, I'm from the Mississippi, like, I'm from off the Mississippi River. And people off the Mississippi River we don't navigate as far as being slaves. We navigate as far as we coming in off a boat a long time ago, and we actually went to the main water source, which was the Mississippi River, and we stayed there. We colonized for a long time. Like, I don't understand all that other stuff.
Well, look at that. You got a critic in the room.
But he know what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. I thought he was laughing, saying, like, yeah.
No, you do know, but you guys that's Yusef. That's the biggest troll.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was like, oh, shit.
Like, he from Louisiana, so he definitely know.
Here, I want to show something off. Check these out. I can't wait to wear these bad boys in St. Lucia. Get in the water with these.
Is that what is that where our money going?
No, these are old ones.
Like, you spent some money on them, though.
Yeah, these are some. Actually, they weren't. I got them on sale. I buy everything off sale. Like, I never pay full price for anything. So I paid 35 Canadian or $40 Canadian for these. But they're badass, and I can't wait. If I can find a good deal on these, I'll bring these in and give them to the farmers. But this is, it's from Body Glove.
It looks really good.
Yeah, no, they're good. But I did when I was there last year. We did buy water shoes, but they weren't as good quality as these. I got them from my cousin, who bought them from a liquidation stuff, and we had something like I bought maybe about 20 or 30 pairs, and then we donated them to the different farmers and stuff from Washingtonville area.
Nice.
What's up, Yusuf? Yes. You got a mask on? Are you wearing a mask? Seriously? Oh, you're in bed.
You see his grandma cover. Like, that's his grandma.
I thought it was like a printed mask. Like,
he took that from his grandma's house. That's why you look like grandma cover, bro.
there's the cottage covers. Yeah, that's a total cottage cover.
It had flowers on it. It had flowers. Yeah. Oh, man.
Where are you now?
I'm in California right now.
Nice.
It's like, man, that can't be the right time. It's like 10:46. 10:46. Yeah, 10:45.
Well, I was saying it's like almost 2:00 here. It was late for you to be coming in, so obviously you're in a different time zone.
Yeah, the time zone. Yeah. How long you been out there? Just got out here today. We drove from Atlanta. So I think it was like 2,000 some miles.
Wow.
I forgot the exact, but it was a long ride.
Wow. And you did that today? Like, how many hours did it take you to do that?
Oh, that was a few days. Yeah, I was about to say, you ain't doing that in a day. You doing that, that's going to take you about 3.
In case you're wondering, Cassandra, Yusuf drives trucks across America, and he does like long loads and stuff. What are you moving now?
Nice.
No, they have anything in the truck. Oh, it's meat. It's meat. It's actually meat.
Yeah.
It's some type of meat. I don't know if it's chicken or pork or beef.
Yusuf is the only guy I know who's seen an actual pool-grown operation in operation. Yeah, I know. You see her eyes like, what? Really?
It's in Maine. That's not uncommon. It's in Maine.
Oh, I thought you said it was in California, the one you saw.
Yeah, California grow a lot of the algae.
Yeah.
Well, like the spirulina and stuff.
And the kelp and stuff.
Okay.
And it's one guy I saw in Texas that grows it in his garage. And he sells it at the farmer's market. Like, people never believe me when I say that. I was like, this dude was all on the news about this. I was like, people don't believe me when I tell them that.
Yeah, I've seen people grow spirulina in an aquarium tank. And then they scrape it off, and then they dry it, and then they grind it into a powder or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The dude, he grows dose in a tank. He grows dose in a tank in his garage.
Wow.
He grows all type of different stuff. It's crazy when you think about it, but you're like, man, they don't do that.
They do that.
They grow weed inside, man. Yeah, exactly. Like,
sure.
We don't put nothing behind them now. Like, shoot. But they're giving people grants to grow, like, the seaweeds at home, and you know, like Maine does. They give grants. Yeah, Maine.
Food security.
Oregon gonna start doing it. Like around Seattle, California, all of those places up there is gonna start giving out grants. You know, because I think the amount of money they was talking about was gonna be like $16 billion.
Yeah.
So out of that, they supposed to be giving grants. But you know, regular people not gonna get those grants. It's gonna be people that already have money that don't need it. Yeah, you see my face right now. I'm like, really? He was like, I'm gonna try to get a grant. I'm like, man, you don't qualify. Nah, I'm trying to be outside. That's what the grant for. Yeah. I'm trying to be outside. It ain't even my type of party. You know, I mean, you can look this up. You can look all this stuff up. Like, you can find the warehouse. This is not a secret. So you can. It's not even in warehouses, but some of it is. But it's most of it is right off the coast. So it's just the water being ran through a line into the pool and stuff like that. So you can find that, man. You can look that up on Google. Like they run them into like these circular cylinders, and you got these big circular cylinders. Is that what you're kind of talking about? No, it's like it's just tubs, like different tubs connecting. The water go through, it's filtered, and it just pulled back into the ocean, and it's just basically water, fresh water keep pouring back into the tanks, in and out and stuff. Some of them they grow inside, but it's still like outside. So if it's like a storage, it's just some covering it up, covering it up. It's like just a regular cheap-ass warehouse. But the water is seawater that's going through that. So they grow the sea grapes, the dose, the condestrisses, which people hate when I say that.
That's the one that they can't farm. It has to grow in a... I was laughing.
Yeah, it don't even attach to anything. It just flows freely in the water.
Wow.
You know, because the water constantly moves. But you can find all this stuff on YouTube. You have videos. You have, Google. You can find it. But when I go to Maine, when I used to go to Maine, I'm nosy. So I used to want to see these places. I used to want to see these places. And it's all in Maine. Like, you can find them anywhere.
Well, I was going to say, these operations aren't hiding. Like, there is no covert pool-grown factory where they're kind of like, we don't want anybody to know. You know what I mean? It's like...
they think it's like lab-grown. It's not lab-grown.
Yeah.
It's not lab-grown. They go through the same process people would do if they're growing mushrooms.
Yeah.
They do it indoors in a clean place with clean, sterilized water. You know, and they create cultures with it. The same way you would do mushroom. So it's not genetically modified.
Yeah.
And that Seamoss, if you see it, you would think it's the best Seamoss in the world. It's not. It doesn't look like that shit from Angel Brand. I don't know what Angel Brand do with this shit, but that's not food grown.
No. That's just that. Listen.
Like his Angel Brand comes to you wet.
But that's it.
Right there. Yeah, Angel Brand comes to you wet. That shit comes to you wet, nasty, mildew.
But
that old Jamaican Seamoss, I'm telling you.
But that's because they dehydrate it to 35%, whereas like the Seamoss that comes from St. Lucia, it's more like 5% to 95 to, you know what I mean, or 90% dry. Like we have I think we have a 10% moisture content or something. But it's a big difference between that stuff, and that's where I say to people, it's like that Seamoss is still not bad, but what it is, it's just bad value. Like, what you're getting for that Seamoss in weight is not worth it. And so, you know...
It's $3 a pound.
Because sometimes...
That's why they charge you like that.
And, yeah.
Like, you only gonna get maybe 2 16 ounces out of it.
Yeah. Because sometimes we'll get the Seamoss at a certain moisture content, and it's too moist, and we'll be like, go back and dry it some more. Like, you know, come back the next day.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's you know, because you're wasting you're losing all this money in weight. And these guys, they're businessmen. They're trying to do what they can, especially if you're breaking them down on their price. I don't blame them for trying to add a little extra weight to get the money back.
Yeah, and like companies like Angel Brand, that's like drop shipping.
Yeah.
Because as soon as they get an order, because it's a company within Pennsylvania, the furthest I can track it is to a grocery store in Pennsylvania. And that's where Angel Brand ship their products to, so they must be using their dock to get the stuff shipped there. So like that's the only thing that's the farthest I can track that company. It's the one store. But Angel Brand stuff is growing outside. I can't say it's growing in pools, because actually you get it. Sometimes they have snails in it, sometimes they have different crustaceans in it. You can find crabs in it and shrimp. What they do is they and it's like blocks. I know because I used to order Angel brand a long time ago before.
We all did.
Anything good. So,
we all did.
You know, and Angel brand, people say it has chemicals. It don't have a chemical smell. It has a wet, damp smell. It smells like mildew.
Or ammonia. I find that sometimes when the Seamoss spoils or it starts to spoil, it will give off this kind of like ammonia smell. What do you think about it, Kirstine? Do you find that too when the Seamoss is kind of going off? You'll get that like really pungent, and that's because people will be like, "Oh, it smells like chlorine," and I'm like, first of all, Seamoss cannot grow in chlorine, so whatever you think is chlorine can't be chlorine. And then second, you know, when stuff decomposes, ammonia is released, and that's usually, you know, in that kind of situation. That I could be wrong, but that's my view, is that it's ammonia that they're smelling. That's the chemical
it's
smell.
Gonna smell like that. I think it's because it's wet and the salt in it, because salt starts smelling too. If it's
true. And you know what? Salt. Oh, man, I hate when that happens. Yeah, the live cut off.
It's been 4 hours. I was starting a margin, you know.
I wasn't watching the time.
I was wondering I said he was going to catch it. Next time I will invite him.
I wonder if it was long enough. Oh no, I didn't get it. I hate Facebook. If we continue this video and we say let's do pre-seat shows that are good, you know. Let me reset it because I gotta. You know what I gotta do? I gotta set an alarm on my watch.
So I'll just be like, hey, check your live, put the time on.
Yeah. But whatever, it is what it is. It's just it's a little disappointing because I wanted. It was a really good episode. We talked about so much good stuff, and so that's where I'm like, man, like why, you know, and people don't realize, like, having that girl come in there, Cassandra, she runs a big Seamoss business, Peter Noel, in the thing in St. Lucia. So you know what happened? We went over the 4-hour limit. I wasn't paying attention to the time. Yeah. So.
But yeah, man, I know that the salt is the thing that smells like chlorine or bleach. Now, it's actually a natural form of what you would call chlorine or bleach.
Well, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Like, anywhere water goes, you're going to find that. I don't give a fuck. Where water goes is certain stuff that's going to go. So, if you smell a chlorine or whatever it is, you can smell it in natural water sometimes. It just gives off that smell. It's not going to be chlorine like you put in food, but sometimes it just smells like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but I don't know, but Angel brand isn't. I'm not gonna say Angel brand is like bad Seamoss because it actually is grown outside. But Angel brand, the packaging is the worst ever. The shipping process is the worst ever.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they giving you like, damn Seamoss on top of damn Seamoss.
Yeah, it's like extremely wet.
Yeah, so, you know. And plus they still have the ropes on it that they use to grow it outside with. So, you know, they use the green plastic strings to hold their Seamoss. And that's what a lot of the companies in the Bahamas use, is that Seamoss. You know.
Okay.
Sorry. I know because I went depth.
Yeah.
I'm telling people what I know. The person who sells the majority of Seamoss is Angel Brand. It's crazy, but you would think that they grow their own Seamoss, but they don't.
No, they don't in Bahamas. And for a second, I thought you were saying that because actually one of the guys from the Transformation Factory, that's where he's from, is the Bahamas.
Yeah.
And
I was on here with him.
Huh?
I was on here with him and
yeah.
He was, yeah.
Real cool dude. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Oscar? I seen you join the group here. We're kind of deep in the conversation, so I didn't get a chance to say what's up. But now that the conversation's taken a little bit of a lull, I just want to say, hey, how's it going? I hope you're doing well.
Yeah, I'm good. How's everyone doing that? Where's everyone at?
So we have Rio there in the clubhouse. Yusuf's here on the whatchamacallit, on the Instagram, and then I got some people watching. Is there anybody on? No one's on Facebook or thing. I think there might have been an issue where it might have got disconnected. But I got Facebook, YouTube, and then that's it. Yeah, and then I had earlier on the conversation when you were hearing us talk, I had Ricky and also this girl Chrysanda. Or let me go back to
where she was from. I didn't really get a chance to talk to her.
Chrysanda. So she's from St. Lucia. She runs a company called Peter and Noel, and so they sell a lot of they sell Seamoss, very premium quality Seamoss, but they also make Seamoss powders, and then they also are selling different herbs in powder form. So they have the Baba Day bark, that same Baba Day that yeah, they have it in a powder form.
Oh man, bro. Julien, bro, you gotta get it together, bro. I'm gonna have to go get it from them.
Oh shit! I'm sleeping on it. So yeah, they have Seamoss powders. They have vegetable and fruit powders. They have herbal supplements.
Oh snap, man! You gotta give me the information. They got vegetable and fruit powder, bro. Yeah, I definitely need that.
Yeah, no problem. So they have green banana powder, pumpkin powder.
Man, you serious?
Mango powder.
You told me about them before, I think.
Sweet potato powder. Yeah, I think I was telling you about them. Green banana sweet potato mix, and then a breadfruit powder, and then a green banana breadfruit mix.
So, is that a website you looking at?
Yeah, I'm at their website. So their website is peterandnoel.com.
You had to put that in the chat, man.
Yeah. So you know what happened, Ricky? The 4 hours went off, and that's why the thing just died.
No, that's why I figured as soon as I seen it say 2 o'clock, I was like,
But I'm so disappointed. I wish we could have saved that stream because it was like we had such good conversation. No, I don't think it's saved. I'll double check it and see. But when it cancels like that, it doesn't give me the option to save it anymore. That's why I need to make sure that I stop it before it gets to that 4 hour limit. Because you guys missed a lot of the conversation that we had in the beginning when it was just me and
I was just in the background.
Oh, okay. But it was great stuff that we were talking about, and even just like about the farmers and the industry on the island and pricing and valuations and we just touched on so many different ideas and different stuff, and I gave away some gold marketing ideas. Like I was giving off the sauce for sure.
Right now,
maybe.
Right now, I'm trying to bulk up on Seamoss and stuff because I do honestly think they're going to have a food shortage. So I'm stocking up on Seamoss and stuff like that.
Prices are going up everywhere.
We were discussing that today, where it was like the prices of the boxes of Seamoss alone is going to help push the pricing up, because they can't continue to, I guess, subsidize these lower prices. And these prices are low. Like, they think these are good prices. No, man, these are prices below what they should be. You know what I mean? These guys were getting paid a lot more for this Seamoss before the pandemic hit. You know what I mean? But there will be problems because everybody is so greedy and they push the price so low. People have decided to walk away from the business because it's not. Yeah, there's a lot of people that were, say, for between now and 2 years. I actually had a meeting with an association where we were discussing the high amount of abandoned farms and how we have to kind of go in and clean up this area, because there's so many like people that have started farms and abandoned them, that they've left sticks in the water and stuff, and these can become a hazard and stuff. And that if people, like a boat or something, goes by and doesn't see this because the sticks have broken off because they're not being maintained, it's you know what I mean? It's not good. No bueno. Yeah. So we need to, do something, and I think even if we don't do something, the price is going up. That's it. Like, unless more people start getting back into the Seamoss, the price is just going to go up, merely just from the sheer cost. But then the demand and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's. I guess it's more. It's not a question of matter of if. It's a question of a matter of when. When will this happen? And I think if we're, as an industry, smart, we'll just start paying these guys more before it, you know what I mean? It gets to become a shock where, today it's $10 and tomorrow it's 17, because they've held on to subsidizing that price for so long that they have to overprice it to compensate for the extended loss.
The address you put in it's saying it's not found.
Really?
Yeah.
Did I put it, spell it wrong? Peter, Peterand.
Oh, A-N-D, yeah, you didn't put a D in there.
I put a D. You didn't put a D.
I didn't. That's my fault.
Yes, thank you very much.
But I'm on. But Julien didn't.
Yes. Yeah, let's not get it twisted, all right? We know who forgot the letter. It wasn't me.
Man, hold on. It's still saying it ain't. Man, hold on. No. Nature.
What?
Man, this must be my tablet. I'm on camera. I don't care. I'll be looking at too many anime on it.
Can you spell it? P-E-T-R-A-N?
Yeah. Noel. Noel.
P-E-T-E-R-A-E.
You guys don't know how to spell. You don't know how to spell Peter and Noel?
I'm putting this motherfucker in. It is not coming up, man. Oh man, come on, man. I don't know what's
Here,
going on.
let me see if I can. Let me see if I can copy and paste it. So that
no, it must be. I must have a bad signal where I'm at.
Yeah. Yes. Look at this. These guys are smart.
I'm about to put in again, y'all. If it don't work this time, it's just Julien put it in there wrong.
Yeah, it's all my fault.
Let's see.
Pralin. Moripol.
Look up Peter Noel ENT official.
But that's on Instagram. He's looking for their website.
I think if you go to Instagram, they'll actually have a.
True. That's a good point. They probably do.
Okay, Cam, up. It came up already. It came up on my other website. I think it was Firefox hating on me. You heard me?
Yeah. Says the waters could be contaminated if that
I see them
happens.
make mango powder. Oh, boy, Lord. They got a, boy, yeah, I need to stack up on all this stuff. You heard me about it? Yeah. I'm going to buy me a brick or two.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to hit up Peter and Noel for my kickback. All this business I'm bringing up.
Let me see.
Okay.
They got fruit and vegetable powder, man. That's what I'm talking about. They got spices too.
Mm-hmm. And all this stuff.
Man, I don't know why Julien ain't trying to corner the market on this type of stuff.
Well, it's not to say that I can't, but I know. And I'm getting all defensive because I'm all feeling insecure right now. It's like, well, I'll get to it. Don't worry. I got plans. Trust me.
Okay, mango powder. You know what I want to do? I want some
Yeah.
powder.
I don't have sweet potato powder.
Huh?
No, I think he said you do have sweet potato. Is that what you said, Ricky? That I have sweet potato powder?
No, they got sweet potato.
Yeah. That looks cool.
Y'all know anybody have like what is it? Monk fruit? Is that what it's called? Monk fruit?
I've heard of monk fruit, yeah, for sweetening it. But I don't know.
Yeah, monk fruit, and it's the other one. I be trying to find all type of.
Hey, so G. Allen's asking, what do you know about maca? I don't know anything about maca.
Maca made that manhood rise. You heard me?
Yeah.
It firm up women's breasts. It firm up their buttocks when they work out. It's good to work out with. You can take maca root and mix it with suma root. Suma root is ginseng from Brazil. Those two fit good together. Maca root and suma root was the stuff they were using. I think the Russians were using it when they were in the Olympics. That's how they was winning. The Asians was using Dun Quai. Those things are known to help people when they work out and athletes. Like they use it a lot.
Wow.
But
We have something.
good maca root is for the manhood. You heard me? And for the women too. You heard me? But the manhood player.
Hold on, Oscar wanted to say something. What do you want to add in, Oscar?
Yeah, we have something in Kenya. I look up Mondia. That is Mondia. And it's, I don't know whether it's better or it's an equivalent to maca. Maca is found in Peru. What we have is found in the forests. Mondia. And it's the same thing here. It's crazy. Works wonders for both men and women. That kind of energy. But it's full of zinc and what is it called? Magnesium, which is used for basically everything in the body. So it's a powerhouse. If you look at Kenyan athletes, I won't. Please don't quote me on this, but they're always winning the marathons and all these long distance races. There must be something to it.
Right. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
I'm able to get into that space and export it to the world. I'm doing test trials, families. I hope it's successful, but it's mostly goes in the forest. The forest is a powerhouse of nutrients.
What's up, Alan? G. Allen, bro. Wagwan. Welcome.
I got that powder on my website. I got soursop powder on it. I'm
Nice.
gonna go look at it again, but I did look at it.
Are you talking to us or are you talking to someone else there?
My bad. Talking to you.
No, sorry, Yusuf. Sorry, I was talking about Yusuf. He looks like he's on the phone or something. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, on my website, I got the baking powder.
So,
I got soursop powder.
So the soursop powder that you have on it, is it the leaf or is it the fruit?
It's the fruit powder. I have soursop leaves on my website as well.
Nice. Where are you getting the leaves from?
I'm getting my leaves I'm getting them from the flea market here in South Carolina.
Oh, nice.
But they are going down to Miami and they're getting them from Miami.
Yeah, there's actually a farm there, a soursop farm or something like in Miami or somewhere in Florida. A buddy of mine checked it out and said that they're growing soursop right there.
Yeah, I actually found some soursop, actual fruit.
Mm-hmm.
The fruit, it was frozen in Kroger grocery store here in South Carolina as well.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you what I really want to talk about.
All right.
I'm gonna tell you what I really want to talk about. I want to talk about these people on this Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna try to be nice. I'm gonna try to be very, very, very nice.
Okay. You don't.
When I first came in the room,
Mm-hmm.
all these people they tried to slay me and say, "Oh, is that milk? This, that, the other?" No, it's not milk.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very successful doing what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to pass all this stuff out with these people because I want everybody to win. I want everybody to eat because if I'm going to eat, you're going to eat too.
Mm-hmm.
I just got my stuff put in the store. It's great stuff. It's good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I just want these people in this group to know when you come at me, I'm going to come back at you because I know what I'm doing. I'm good at what I do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here to teach you. I'm trying to get these people to be successful. Ain't no hate in my blood.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I'm a gangster. I'm not saying I'm a cheat. But guess what? I'm going to stand up for myself. I'm going to stand up for my product. I'm going to stand up for my brand.
Fair enough.
As everybody should.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I don't know, it's just like, it's a lot of females in them. And I don't understand. I don't understand. What's that girl's name? Soulful, whatever her name is.
Listen, don't listen to anything that girl says.
Listen, I had to tell Soulful the other night, I was like, I thought she was leaving. Evidently, your plane must have had a layover. I told her, I said, you sitting around here, you checking everybody back except for yours.
Mm-hmm. Listen, that was the best comment that girl said. I died when I said that. Like, no, this isn't an airport. No need to announce your departure. Bye. I died. And that's why I laughed. And here's the thing. She thinks that I have this hate for her. I don't have this hate for her. I've done my best to kind of like invite her to these groups, invite her to the live streams. And she was one of the first people that I kept saying, come on the live, talking about your product and stuff like that. And, you know what I mean? The thing is, me and her had it out. And it was because, you know, I'm not a dumb person, right? I know enough about marketing that I know what you're low-key trying to do. And so I called her on it. And she tried to play stupid with me, like she didn't think I knew what she was really doing. So I was kind of like, oh, okay, you want to play this game? Let's play this game. And she got scared, and then she blocked me. And then after she blocked me, she had the nerve to come and ask me to help her by removing a post. And I'm like, wait a minute, like you know what I mean? Like you want to go shit on St. Lucian Seamoss, right? And when I call you on doing that, then, you know what I mean? You block me like you don't have time to fucking face me. And now I'm supposed to help you? Awa.
She tries to undermine me. My thing is, this is what I say to everybody.
Yeah.
There is no wrong, there is no right in doing your craft. Add whatever the hell you want to add to the Seamoss to get it into your speech.
Yeah.
There's no wrong or right. Stop telling people, oh, you should add this, you should add that, because you've seen somebody put a post up. People are doing this, like they're getting more attention.
That's what it is. They get scared.
So, little girl, focus on your herbs.
Yeah. Yeah, just focus on your business and it will go. Listen, you'll never, first of all, you barely see me selling Seamoss. And you'll never see me shit on other people's Seamoss. I don't need to. What you need to do is get the shit in as many people's faces as possible. And this goes for anything. This Seamoss, widgets, I don't care. The more the people see it, the more you will get reactions. Those people that are not getting good enough sales, they're not showing it to enough people. That's it. Because I know I work at least 7 to 8 hours a day pushing Seamoss. So if you're not doing that amount of hours pushing Seamoss, you can't expect to make the same sales that I'm making. But I guarantee you, if you put 8 hours in every day, after 3 months, you will see the indications of the sales coming of what. And so anybody can be what I want to be if you put the work in to be it. Done. That's it. Where's my check?
It's just crazy to me. Like, these people in this group, they have this slave mentality.
Yes.
We've been like this for years, you know what I'm saying? Each one teach one.
Yep.
When I go up, you gonna go up too. You gonna eat too. Stop thinking somebody's gonna be above you. Like, it's not that. It's not a game. It's not a race.
Look at the group. Just look at the Seamoss group. Look how quickly that group grew. Look at the people, and it's because I didn't put any, I didn't make it about myself. But am I reaping the rewards? Yes, in some ways. Definitely. Do you know what I mean? I'll tell you guys one thing. I'll be honest. It gives me and part of the reason why I did it is that it gives me an insight as to what's actually going on in the market. Not just in St. Lucia, but worldwide.
Right. They're gonna learn one day.
And when you think about that, then you realize it's bigger than just the money on it. Now I understand how the market works. Now I understand what triggers people. If I want to know what the heartbeat is, I just got to read the comments. That's why you always catch me reading the comments and stuff like that. It's research. Look, she's looking at it like, oh shit. She's my like, yeah.
It's crazy too, because like a lot of people they come to me, they ask me questions. I'm gonna tell you how I am. Don't waste my time. Because that same time that you have wasted with me, I could have been over here making some balls. I could have been over here making a gel, a drink.
But here's the thing. In some ways, it's part of your job. And if you see it as wasting your time, then you need to train these people to do things in a way so that it's not wasting your time. So one of the things that I've been saying to myself that I got to do, because I'm like you, I hate answering these questions. Every day I get the questions of them, people asking me, what are the benefits of Seamoss and which color should I take? You know, and I'm thinking in my head, like, you're coming to me to buy Seamoss? You don't even know what this thing does? Like, what the, you know what I mean? So what I realized is I got to put the top 10 most questions I get asked and make a video for each one. And when they ask me for the question, I go see the video. Don't waste my time. Because the answers are really there. And if they spent 5 minutes on Google, they would have got the answer without asking me. But it's something about the way this information age is nowadays. People feel like they need to be force-fed the information, and they would just rather put in a query, like ask this question, and you know what I mean? So they come to you thinking you're the Google of Seamoss. Let me ask you that question, and you're supposed to, you know what I mean, provide the answer. But the answer's there. You just, you know?
And I know you're like in that group as well, and a lot of people they sit back and watch.
Yep.
I've met a lot of good people. Like, they don't comment, some may comment. There's a lot of good people in that group, and then you have these so people.
Yep.
It's just, I'm just like,
you just gotta ignore them. The good thing is that there's not too much fighting in that group. That's what I like. There's not too much. People are pretty amicable. They're pretty professional. They're pretty respectful and stuff like that. But there is a lot of backroom dealing. And sometimes I feel like that backroom dealing, or at least what's getting back to me, is those backroom dealings are sometimes hurting the market, because that's where everybody starts trying to pressure and put the, drop the price, and I can get it for this price, and you know what I mean? And some of these farmers, they got to really sort of, how do I say it? Not believe everything that these buyers are liars. That's what we say in the real estate industry. And so they will tell you that they're buying from $6 or whatever. I remember one situation where the guy was telling me the price, and I knew who he was getting the Seamoss from. So I was like, picked the call up and was like, hey, hold on, are you selling it for this price? And they were like, hell no, would I sell it for that price? You know what I mean? But the guy's telling me I'm getting it from so-and-so for this price. I'm like, or I'm getting it from this supplier, or what, my supplier charges me this price. So I'm like, wait a minute. Let me ask him. He's like, no, I'm not doing that. So I'm like, but I would have, if I wasn't, how do I say it? If I was weak in my mind, or if I didn't understand the value of the product, then that person could have told me that, and I would have just bid it, just to make the sale, to say, oh, okay, fine, I don't want to lose it. If he's charging $5, fine, I'll charge you $5 too, Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, the guy's charging him 10. I've had a guy tell me that he was paying less, and I went and checked and found out the guy was actually paying more. Like, I had a guy leave me to go to someone else, and then he came back and was like, I'm paying less. And I'm like, oh, really? I went and checked to make sure that they were paying less, and the guy was like, no. You know what I mean? Why would I do that? You're crazy. I'm getting more from other people. And so, I don't know why he did it, but whatever. So yeah, take the people in the group with a grain of salt. You got to remember, there's 8,000 people in there. You're not going to like every one of them. You're not going to be able to market or touch to every one of them. So just focus on the ones that you like, and focus on creating a business that's going to make you happy operating it. Do you know what I mean? And so that's, doing the videos or doing some kind of training. You know what I mean? Even having one day where everybody can come and you answer questions. Maybe do like a live stream like this where you could say, okay, guys, I'm available from this hour to this hour for one-on-one kind of coaching and stuff like that, Yeah.
So am I able to go live in that group?
Yeah.
On Facebook?
You can do whatever you want in that group. Okay. The only thing I have an issue in that group is, one, people selling shitty Seamoss. 2, people promoting on everybody else's comments. Drives me crazy. I think it is the most thirstiest thing you could do, and it hurts your business to you know what I mean? If I make a post and you jump on, oh, come over here, no one's taking you seriously. Do you know what I mean? Why are you doing that? You know what I mean? You just look thirsty. And if someone does come at you, they're gonna lowball you because you know what I mean? You're scared to even put your own post out. I'll tell you this, those that are posting are making money, guaranteed. They may not be making a lot, but they are making money. Those that aren't posting and those that are sort of trying to do the sales and the messaging and stuff, they're spending more work and time reaching out to all these people than if they were to just put a post and say, this is who I am.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, getting back to it. So yeah, you can, as long as you don't sell cheap Seamoss or shitty Seamoss, and as long as you don't promote on other people's page, and I think that's it. Those are the only rules I have. So yeah.
I may go live later on today.
Okay.
I think that's what I'm going to do.
Do it. Let me know when you're in, and I'll I don't know, I'll join in with you in the comments.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I won't overtake your show, but I'll at least kind of hey, what's up? You know what I mean? Give me the high five or something. Yeah.
Look, y'all, I'm about to lay it down. I'm tired.
Yes.
But I'm going to join some more lives.
Yeah.
We got to get this Seamoss in these people. We have to.
Yeah.
We got to.
Well, here's the thing. The market is freaking huge. You guys are not even touching the surface of what's out there. And you're not working hard enough to do it. Listen, if the Transformation Factory can make $500,000 in sales a month and you're not even aware of it, do you know what I'm saying? Like he's making $6 million, and he's a smart guy. But I'll tell you this: the thing that's making him successful is he's working hard. I've followed that guy. He's always working hard, and he built up a team. Do you know what I mean? And so that's something you got to think in your business plan is, okay, yeah, now I'm doing this now, but what do I need to do to get to the level where I have a team and I can step back? Because once you have a team that's making all the juices and making all the stuff, or even a team that answers, he's got a team of 45 people. 10 people alone answer his questions and comments 24 hours a day. So imagine all this stuff that you don't have time for. You got somebody that you're paying in Vietnam or whatever to answer these comments and stuff like that. How much is your business going to go up? How much is the trust going to happen when like you're on it every time? You know what I mean? Like he must have 100% execution every time and can do that because he's got 15 people waiting to, you know what I mean? To follow up the, like you can only do so much as one person.
Right.
Yeah. You know? And that's another thing where we discussed earlier was like, you know, I was saying to Peter, Noel, or Chrisanna is that like there's companies that need to be formed that will just do the supply side or the like sort of like the third party like, you know, you going to your raw ingredients, like say you're doing capsules. The time that it takes you to build all these capsules and stuff like that, eventually you're going to have to hire someone to do these capsules. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why there needs to be companies out there like Peter and Noel to go out and have the capsules ready, have the, you know what I mean, the facility so that you could just say, give me 1,000 pounds, you know what I mean? And then you can go and set something up on like Amazon and stuff and just place the order and not even touch the Seamoss. Like that's where it's going to come. It's going to come to the point where people are just going to throw their money at the problem, and they're not even going to touch the Seamoss.
I have some very big plans.
Yeah. Well, share the plans with me, please, and don't hesitate to include me in them, especially if it's profitable. I love money.
I'm gonna tell y'all good night, and I will talk to y'all.
All right. Well, thank you for coming and joining. I appreciate it. And you're welcome back anytime. You know what I mean? And if you have any difficulties going live, because I'll be honest, no one's done it, right? So I don't know if you can even do it, right? But if you can't, if you have problems, let me know and I'll work with you to fix it. Because I do want other people to feel comfortable going on there and doing more lives. And I think if you start doing that, then they will, okay, you know what I mean? That almost gives them permission without saying you have permission. And so as long as they're constructive and stuff like that, then I don't see a problem. As long as they're Seamoss related, let's say that. Because I don't want a bunch of people doing shows where it has nothing to do with Seamoss. Yeah. So, for sure.
Thank y'all.
All right. You're welcome. Thank you. Yes.
Yes, sir.
So you know what happened, eh? I hesitate every time I go to say your name. It's Chrisanna, right? Yes. So the Facebook has a limitation where after 4 hours it just cuts you off, and so
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So I wasn't watching, and I usually like know when the 4 hours is coming, and I'll end the video and restart it. But I wasn't. We were in such a good conversation that I wasn't watching the clock, and I'm so hurt that. Yeah, and I gotta check back, but I don't think it was saved, and so I'm really disappointed because we talked about so many different subjects and so much stuff.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And
while we were having the conversation, I'm like, it's funny how we moved from Seamoss to talking about so many other added things.
Well,
Yeah.
that's how I like to do this show. Like when I started, I said to myself, I'm not gonna have a set format every show because then that constricts the topics and stuff like that. And that I'm gonna make it simple and easy so that it's not like if I had to figure out a show program or content every week, I wouldn't be able to do this. I would do it for like a month and then I would be like, it's too much work. It's done like this so that I don't even have to think. I just put the cameras on and whoever shows up. Whatever we talk about, and we just let God, create this beautiful thing.
But it was beautiful. I love the way that it flowed.
And it was fun. We had jokes and lots of laughter and stuff like that. Yeah. And so, with that said, I do know that we have to kind of wrap it. I mean, I don't think you expected to be up till 2:30 in the morning talking about Seamoss.
No. Well, sometimes we're up that late, just planning for the next day and putting certain things in place. Luckily, after I came out of the water today, I got some rest. That's the only reason I'm able to stay up.
Yeah, I'm shocked.
Otherwise, I would be dozing off on the live. That would be crazy.
Listen, I've had friends where I've talked to in the Seamoss, and they'd be in the water, and like as I'm talking to them, they fall asleep, and that's why I said if you fall asleep on the live, I won't be. I won't, yeah.
The water takes a toll on the body. I can tell you that.
Mm-hmm. Look at Roy says, I'm heading out for the mooring tide harvest. Nice.
Yes. Enjoy, have fun.
Yes. And that's the thing too, when you got a time when the low tide is happening so that, you know what I mean? You can make sure that, because the water gets, because you guys harvest where? In Praslin?
Praslin. Yeah. Praslin.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I always pronounce it wrong. I know it's Praslin. I say Praslin. Yeah. But that's pretty much where most of the Seamoss comes from the area, and some of the best and stuff. Yeah. So do you live far from Marvin? Are you live around Marvin, or where do you live?
I used to be his neighbor.
Oh no way.
But I have moved away from the community.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I've been in up that area. Do you know who Smiley is?
We know everybody.
Yeah, so Smiley. I know. So Smiley's a good friend of mine, and so up just down from where his house is, there's like a bar there that I go to a lot. That's where they have the fish and chips with the fries and stuff, and I would get the bright. Oh,
really?
Yeah. So I can't wait to go back there and get that. Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah. So I was gonna say before we go, I wanted to give everybody an opportunity if they want to say anything before we go or talk about something. We don't have to go right now, but maybe in the next 10 minutes or so. I definitely don't want to go past 3:00. So we have 20 minutes. Anybody want to talk about anything? Oscar, you good? Maybe he's sleeping. That happens sometimes when we start talking and everybody's listening, especially in the clubhouse, Or Ricky, are you guys there?
I am still here.
Yes. Welcome.
I haven't fell asleep yet.
Not yet.
Close, I'm still here.
Cool. Anything you wanted to talk about or touch on before we kind of wrap it up?
I think we talked about a little bit of everything earlier, so I'm here for the ride now.
Yeah. Well,
I'm just here for the ride now.
Yeah. Well, definitely, we did. So I lost the Instagram feed, but what I do have, and if you want, Chrisanna, I can share the audio with you because I film it on Restream. So I refilm it on YouTube and Facebook. So they can hear you guys talking, but they can't see you. So I can even give you that audio. And if you want to take that and use that as experts of stuff that you're speaking or whatever, I mean, content is important, right? And if we can take this,
that would be great. You can share it with me.
Yeah, no problem. I'm all for trying to help everybody sort of grow this business. I feel like as long as we
play fair with each other, there's no reason why we can't work in the same space and do good business. You know what I mean? So, okay. Well, with that said, let's maybe close it up so I can get some rest. I'm just in the back of my mind. I'm thinking about all the orders I got to do tomorrow morning, and like, if I get into it late, it's like I spend my life there. So let me get some rest. But try to come back next Wednesday if you can. You know what I mean? And if
I'm available, most definitely.
Okay, if not, come back the next Sunday. But you're welcome back anytime. You know what I mean? It was a pleasure you having here, and I know that your presence definitely added to the value of the conversation. And I do believe, and I do believe that more people are going to want to watch and sort of speak to people that are working on the island. You know what I mean? Selling these products, and they're coming out with new innovative products so that we can share information and stuff like that. So, yeah. And anytime you have a new product or anything you want to kind of like announce to the world, just reach out to me and let's do something for that.
Okay, so we have some exciting things coming out. So once we release, I'm gonna be on the live with you guys as well.
Okay, sounds good.
Because I don't want the whole world to know. I just want you to get it for yourself.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Sounds good.
Thank you so much for having me on the live with you guys. It was fun. I learned a lot. You guys shared a lot as well. So it was a pleasure being here.
Awesome.
And I look forward to the next time.
Okay, sounds good.
Awesome.
All right, take care.
Good night, everybody. Bye.
Good night. Well, let me save that so that we can have it for next time. She was a really nice lady. I'm glad that she took the time to, because some people they shy away from it. You know what I mean? And how do I say it? If you haven't been watching me or know me for a while, the things that I do and the things that I say might seem off. Do you know what I mean? Like, why is this guy so nice? Why is this guy doing this? Why, you know what I mean? Like, what he sells Seamoss. Why is he letting me on his page? You know what I mean? What's the scam? What's the catch? Yeah. And so, but there is no catch. You know what I mean? Or I think I'm pretty open as to what the catch is. And that's
this is what I have to say. Like I actually have talked to her on the phone once or twice, and how she was on this live is exactly how she was on the phone.
Yes.
And that's the reason why I was like, you know what, it's so good to actually put a face to who you talk to sometimes.
Yes.
But yeah, always with excellent energy, excellent, you can just tell I'm not sure about who her partner is, but actually her herself, she has wonderful energy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she sounds like good people, which is good. And she's got some pretty good products, you know what I mean? And
I'm buy some that by my name from.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get it in the powder form. I might get some of the bark, but I'm definitely gonna get the powder and some capsules.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. We should, and then just build up the market. You know what I mean? Start growing it, and anyways, I don't want to get started in a new conversation because I'm starting to get tired. Yeah, but thanks guys for coming by and joining, and I hope to see you guys again on this Wednesday, and we'll continue this conversation. We're talking about Seamoss.
Definitely, man. I'll see you later too.
All right, bye guys.
Don't forget about the purple either. Send me the what's it called.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna call you in the morning, probably after 10. I want to try and go in the warehouse early so I can get started, but I have to deal with the shipments, not only just the purple, but a whole bunch of things. Yeah.
Okay.
And we'll follow them. Okay. All right. Take care, guys. We'll talk to you soon. Bye. Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. I thought you had fell asleep because we were asking about you. You didn't answer.
Sorry, I was in the garden now. Was it something?
No. It was more like we were leaving. We were going to end the show, and I was like, does anybody want to talk about anything or mention something before
we close out, and so no one answered, and so I just assumed, given the time, that it was late. You know.
It's 9:45 a.m. here. Just maybe look into Mondia. I have typed it in the chat.
Okay.
It might prove something interesting.
Mondia.
Especially when you mention the validity of it.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna make a note of that now, and because
there's something else I picked up from Peter Noel.
Huh?
And that's breadfruit. Breadfruit is pretty big in St. Lucia.
Yeah. Yeah.
I wonder whether I know they propagate. I'm trying to propagate here using the root cuttings. So I don't know whether I know there are varieties with seeds.
With the breadfruit?
Yeah.
That's a good question. I don't know enough about breadfruit to say, but I can find out. And I mean, I could probably see if there's a way we could get some tissue samples to you or some seeds.
Yeah, tissue would be
ideal.
Unless maybe someone comes over carrying them. There's a whole crazy bureaucracy planting material, but with seeds it might be easy. That's if they are viable. There has been arguments that there's hardly any breadfruit propagated through seeds. Mm-hmm. It's mainly through either air layering or the roots.
So that stuff, Mondia, is it Mondia whitey? Because that's what I found as a herb.
Yeah, it's a root.
Yeah, it says it's a herbaceous wood climber belonging to the family of Populus. Cool. I'll have to read more about this and see about it. Yeah, I'd be curious. But all right, man. I do have to kind of end it because I'm like falling asleep, and I know I gotta get up early, and so I got so much work to do. So we'll have to continue this conversation on Wednesday. You know what I mean? So thanks, guys, for joining, and I encourage everybody to listen to the replay because today was like awesome conversation. Like, and Mr. O, you should go back and listen because we really touched a lot on like marketing, sales, promotion, pricing, consumer behavior. Like there's so much different stuff. We gave some ideas on how to different ways to sort of get the product out there or get your branding out there so people can see and stuff. So yeah, you definitely learned some new gems in it. And with that, I'm gonna say goodbye and see you guys on Wednesday. Cool. All right, man. See you guys. Take care. Bye. And now it's time for you guys to end. Thank you so much for joining and watching this. I hope you guys got good value from this. I know I did. I really enjoyed this conversation tonight. And, I'm looking forward to having another good one on Wednesday. Take care, and don't forget to take your Seamoss. All right? Julien out.